Test. Okay. Work session, go. Come on. We got to get home and chew our fingernails and figure out what cocktails we're having tomorrow. I'm not nervous.
All right, hello everyone. Welcome to work session. We have a brief presentation from Mark Lavin, the PDS director, on the new mission, vision, and values. And then we will go over the agenda. So Mark, take it away.
Madam Chair and Commissioners, Celine thought it would be a great idea to give you an update on the mission, vision, and values. Since Mayor McLean has taken office, we're now working on creating a city for everyone. So kind of like the agenda, we started rolling this out at City Hall back in early September, kind of give you an overview of what's changing and what's not. Obviously, there's a lot of similarities between where we were and where we're headed. Things that we're doing to make the vision real, and then kind of some steps that have occurred and kind of what's next. So like I mentioned, end of August, beginning of September, we started rolling this out to city staff and really calling that the awareness phase. Right now, we're kind of in the understanding phase, kind of where we're trying to deepen our connection to that. As an example, in PDS, we've asked our team members to connect their daily work and what they do in their jobs to the mission, vision, and values. And it's been a pretty good exercise. And then ultimately moving forward to phase 3 in 2021, kind of integration. So again, we'll talk about what's changing relative to the vision, mission, and values. So the vision sets our course for what we want to be. So again, you probably heard making Boise the most livable city in the country. And as I mentioned early on, now we're creating a city for everyone. And so what's changing, the mission is the roadmap for achieving the vision. So you remember lasting environments, innovative enterprises, and vibrant communities, kind of the triple bottom line. We're still focused on that, but just in a different way. We want to embrace our community in the decision-making process, protect our environment and ensure in the local economy that benefits all. These are very similar. The values that we're all trying to adhere to, but nothing we can't do better, one city, one team, and citizen experience for a while. Those are all the same, except now we're trying to more broadly embrace a community experience with a wow. So making the vision real, strategic framework, a lot of this is on the city website if you're interested in getting into it more deeply, but these are the six pillars of the strategic framework, but a safe and healthy city for everyone. So, making sure that our policies and practices provide equitable treatment for all people, communities, and neighborhoods. A home for everyone. Again, people scaled and people friendly, and housing at all price points. And then movement for everyone, easier to bus, bike, and walk, and connectivity to opportunities wherever they might exist, whether that's employment or any other type of opportunity. A clean city for everyone, again, part of that triple bottom line, protecting the environment and transitioning to a clean energy economy. Opportunity for everyone, making sure that all of our citizens have the opportunity and that we can do our best to uplift everyone. and then engaging everyone and fiercely seeking opportunities for engagement and trying to remain accessible and transparent. So as I mentioned earlier, we've had initial conversations about these. The mayor launched these at the State of the City, and we're currently in the understanding phase. So that I ran through that pretty quickly, but that's it in a nutshell, and I will stand for questions. Everybody good? All
Thank
right.
you. Yeah,
Thank
that was
you.
great.
You bet.
All right. I thought that'd go a little longer, but oh well, it's fine. Let's go through. You guys are quiet. You guys must be saving your questions for later. So let's go through the agenda. So item A, PUD 16-19 is a time extension for a conditional use permit. That's not a public hearing, so it can go straight on the consent agenda.
Is it just an indefinite time extension, or is there a date in mind?
There's a 2-year time frame that was mentioned in the
Great. Thank
report. Number 1, CVA 20-49, variance to encroach the northern setback for a single-family home on a substandard lot at 1426 South Euclid. We are recommending approval, and no one signed up, so we can try for consent. Number 2, CUP 20-32 and CVA 20-40. It's a conditional use permit for a parking reduction and a variance to encroach the side and rear setback for parking at 605 South Vista. We did get a couple letters of opposition, so we will need to hear that tonight. Number 3, CUP 20-41, a CUP for a billboard on Fairview near Curtis. We are recommending approval, and no one signed up, so we can try for consent agenda. Number 4, SOS 20-27, waiver to curb and gutter requirements on Arnold Street or Arnold Road. We are recommending approval. No one has signed up to speak, so we can try for consent as well. Number 5, CVA 20-50, a variance for the street side and rear yard setbacks on Crane Creek. We are recommending approval. No one signed up, so we can try for consent. Number 6, CUP 20-43 is a special exception for an 85-foot tall wireless communication monopole on Wright Street. We are recommending approval, and no letters of opposition have been received. No one signed up, so we can try for consent. And then number 7, CAR 20-7 and CUP 20-23, a rezone and conditional use permit for a drive-through at 200 North 4th Street. We are recommending denial, and there are a few people signed up. So we will hear that one tonight.
What's a few? I'm sorry, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bratnober.
What is a few, Saline?
Just a
like
few.
about
I think we've got
24.
like 24, 23 advanced sign up sheet, but we've got a few people in the audience so far. It's still 20 minutes in, 12 attendees online. I feel like we'll get a few more online.
Okay, thank you.
And to the commission, just to let you guys know, I'm going to be repeating a lot and perhaps even interrupting if necessary to let people know that we hear them on the 3 bullet points that we saw many times in our packet and that we're looking for new information to be added to the record.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yes.
Madam Chair.
The other thing to note is the neighborhood association is downtown Boise,
Yes.
but Ina and Nina have submitted comments. I believe Ina would like to speak tonight. We do need to, I think it would be best to deliberate or get that procedural part done with before we actually jump into the hearing.
Sorry, before we jump into item 7 or before we jump into like
I think we should
A.
do it before I even start presenting. And let's-
on 7?
On 7.
Yeah.
Yes, sorry.
Thank you. Okay, great. Okay, and we have also discussed for the commission.
Thanks, Bob.
We have also discussed that if this runs into the later hours, we perhaps will talk about a deferral to postpone that decision of deliberation until a night when we be able to deliberate most effectively.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner.
I believe Commissioner Blanchard asked for attention.
Commissioner Blanchard, did you have a question?
I did not. Thank you though, Milt.
Just cheering you on, okay.
Wait, I have a question. Commissioner Blanchard, is Commissioner Lonnie going to make any appearance?
You missed Commissioner Susie earlier.
The dog.
Oh, Lonnie's, there she is, right? Can I zoom my screen?
Love it.
Yeah, she's back on the table. There she is.
Oh,
I cleared off everything.
Oh, nice.
We'll bring her up.
Are there any other questions or anything else we have to review? So for the newer commissioners, it's at the commission's discretion whether, will participate or not. So we'll hear them first on if that's appropriate.
Yeah, so we can go over it right now and I'll repeat it for the
Great.
hearing too, but code speaks that the neighborhood association that the application is in the boundaries of is the designated neighborhood association for time. If other neighborhood associations feel that they're impacted or will be substantially impacted by the application, they can request time as well. They have to briefly present that to the commission and then you can decide whether or not they can speak. If they are allowed to speak, they have to share the time allotted to them. So, usually we start applicants at 10 minutes. Technically the code says up to 30, but we don't usually ever go that far. But let's say the applicant takes, 8 minutes to speak, then downtown Boise and East End would have 4 minutes each. They would have to share their time. And
Yeah, it's shared evenly.
shared
is what-
evenly.
Yeah, it's what we see in the code.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
so just so everybody's on the same page, just procedurally, my suggestion would be when we call up item 7, before the city speaks, we ask Ina to come forward or come online and present their rationale, their reason why they are impacted. And that should be very brief. And at that point, the commission deliberates and we'll need a motion one way or the other to decide that. So that's, I think, is that, Madam Chairman, what you're thinking?
Yeah, exactly. Thank you.
And then we can have that done and then we can run through the hearing just like normal,
Just like boom.
just like that. Commissioner Bratton, did you have a question?
No, the question got answered. Thank you very much.
All right, if there's nothing else, it looks like we've got a 15-minute stretch break. We will do regular breaks this evening. I think we'll all need it, so,
Yeah. Thank you.
okay, thanks all.
Bye, people.
All right, good evening and welcome to the Boise City Planning and Zoning Commission public hearing. A few things to start out with for tonight's proceedings. Everyone from the public entering the hearing virtually has been automatically muted and cannot speak. As the item you're interested in comes up for discussion, you'll be called upon and unmuted. There is a chat function in Zoom. This is not part of the record and should only be used for technical difficulties. If the chat function isn't available to you, you can email zoninginfo@cityofboise.org with any technical issues. Our procedures for public hearings begin with a presentation from the planning team, then we'll go to the applicant and then the representative of the Registered Neighborhood Association, followed by questions from the commission. After that, we proceed to public testimony, starting with those who signed up on the online sign-up sheet in advance, and then anyone else who raises their hand virtually. If you are attending through your telephone, you can type in *9 to raise your hand. Each member of the public is allowed up to 3 minutes for testimony. We are strict with this time as it is limited in code. Finally, the applicant is allowed up to 5 minutes for rebuttal, after which the hearing will be closed and the commission will deliberate and render a decision. Tonight's agenda and proceedings might have a bit of a delay as we all navigate through the technology. Please be courteous and kind while we venture through this hybrid format. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Thank you, Celine. We are citizen volunteers appointed by the mayor and approved by the city council. We make final decisions on conditional use permits, variances, and appeals and recommendations to the city council on subdivisions, rezones, annexations, and code or comprehensive plan amendments. Any decision made tonight may be appealed to the city council, provided that the appeal is filed within 10 days of this hearing. In order to file an appeal, you must have given written or oral testimony at tonight's meeting. So that's why it's important that you give your name and address when you testify tonight. We utilize a consent agenda. That means that if the applicant agrees with the staff report and if there's no public opposition, the item will be placed on the consent agenda. All items that are placed on the consent agenda are approved with one motion without further public comment. For items not on the consent agenda, we will hold a full public hearing in the order just outlined, just detailed a few minutes ago with staff, applicant, neighborhood association, and then the public testimony. Thank you all for attending tonight. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Stead,
Here.
Schaefer,
Here.
Squires,
Here.
Blanchard,
Here.
Gillespie,
Here.
Bratnover,
Here.
6 present, 2 absent.
Okay, so without objection, I will place item A, which is a time extension for PUD 16-19 Boise City Ada County Housing Authority at 3119 West Moore Street on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration of the consent agenda is item number 1. This is CVA 20-49 for Rodney Evans and Partners at 1426 South Euclid Avenue. This is a variance to encroach into the northern setback for a single-family home. Is the applicant present? If you're online, please virtually raise your hand. Oh, I see a hand up. Great. Hi, Mr. Semple. Are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Great. And is there anybody present tonight to testify in opposition of this item? Please virtually or in person, raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, we will place item 1 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration on the consent agenda is item number 3. This is CUP 20-41 Meadow Outdoor Advertising at 5600 West Fairview Avenue, a conditional use permit for an off-site advertising sign. Is the applicant present? Great. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes.
Thank you. And is there anybody present to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Okay, seeing nobody, we will place item 3 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration is item number 4. This is SOS 20-27 B&A Engineers, Inc. at 10031 West Arnold Road, a waiver to the subdivision ordinance. Is the applicant present? Please virtually. Great, in person. How refreshing. And are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report? Great, thank you. And the record can note that they are. And is there anybody present tonight who would like to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, we will place item 4 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration is item number 5. This is CVA 20-50 from Crystal Berry at 3331 North Crane Creek Road. It's a variance to encroach into the side street and rear yard setback. Is the applicant present? Hi, Ms. Berry, and are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are.
Great, thank you. And is there anybody present tonight to testify in opposition of this item? Okay, seeing none, we will place item 5 on the consent agenda. The next item for consideration of consent agenda is item number 6. This is CUP 20-43 Maverick Towers at 1500 West Wright Street, a conditional use permit for a special exception for an 85-foot tall wireless communication monopole. Is the applicant present? Hi there, and are you in agreement with the terms and conditions of the staff report?
Yes, we are.
Great, and is anybody present tonight that would like to testify in opposition of this item tonight? Okay, seeing none, that item number 6 will be placed on the consent agenda, and that is the last item for consideration.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I move to place the following items on the consent agenda. Item A, item 1, item 3, item 4, item 5, and item 6.
Do we have a second from the commission?
Second.
Great, the second from Commissioner Brotnober. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Right.
Bratnober.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Great, thank you. So moving on to item number 2, this is CUP 20-32 and CVA 20-40 from ALC Architecture at 605 South Vista Avenue. We'll first start with Mr. Moser.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the commission. The applicant is requesting a conditional use for parking reduction and a variance for a parking lot to encroach into this west side and rear setback for a property located at 605 Vista Avenue in a C2D zone. The project does not include any additions to the existing building and only includes the construction of a compliant parking lot that contains 6 parking spaces. However, 12 parking spaces are required in order to occupy the ground floor of the building with an office or a commercial use while still maintaining the existing second floor residential apartment. And as you can see on the aerial photograph here, the adjacent properties to the north, south, and east along Vista Avenue are primarily commercial in use, while adjacent to the west is a residential neighborhood comprised of single-family homes. I would also note as an addition that as you can see here, the Ride and Ball Canal extends along the north side of the property itself. The existing building was occupied by a social club for over 40 years. However, the ground floor of the building has been vacant for at least 10. In addition, the building was constructed prior to 1964, which predates the adoption of the Boise City zoning code. As such, the building is located within the setback along Gem Street, and the parking area behind the building only contains a small amount of usable space due to the Ride-Bach Canal and associated irrigation easement. As you can see on the site plan in front of you, the irrigation, you can see the Ride-Bach Canal here takes up most of that corner of the property, and this area marks the irrigation easement. The variance is requested for the parking lot and the surface drive to encroach into the west side and rear setbacks as seen on the plan marked in red. There is a hardship that justifies these variants in that the canal and associated irrigation easements, along with the existing building location, restrict the buildable area on site, which includes the parking lot. In addition, direct access to Vista Avenue is prohibited now since Vista is an arterial roadway. Therefore, access to the parking lot behind the building can only occur along the west side of the building, which can only be done with the approval of a variance. And the parking lot was historically used by a social club for over 40 years. In addition, Vista Avenue is a transit corridor with bus stops located about 450 feet to the north and south at the intersection of Rose Hill and Vista to the north and Cassia and Vista to the south. The site plan also includes bike racks for 3 spaces. The availability of public transit and bike parking will help alleviate on-street parking impacts on the adjacent neighborhood. In summary, the conditional use and variance comply with all the required findings as per code. I would note that there are very few uses, community uses, office or commercial uses that could occupy the building without a parking reduction due to the existing site constraints. Several letters from the neighbors were received by the planning team. One was included in the packet, one came in late. Unfortunately, I could not transmit it on to the commission. The neighbors expressed concerns with the parking reduction request. They're worried that the impacts on the adjacent neighborhood from on-street parking and increased traffic. And I would note, though, that there is public transit available along Vista with bus stops near the site. Also, the site is located at the intersection of Gem Street and Vista Street with access to Vista, which should alleviate any cut-through neighborhood traffic that could impact the neighborhood. I would also note that the applicant submitted several letters of support for the variance request from the adjacent property owners and residents. So in conclusion, the planning team recommends approval of the conditional use and variance. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moser. We'll now hear from the applicant. Let's see, great. And do we have the applicant?
Jeff
present?
Likes, LLC or LALC Architecture.
Is he here? Yes, okay, great. Let's go ahead with the applicant, please. You'll have 10 minutes.
Now you can hear me. All right, thank you.
There you are, Jeff.
Muted. Yeah, so as Dave said, we are here for just a parking variance to allow basically any commercial use to go in here. Parking is tight. We have tried to work with the canal company, keep their easement, maintain their access onto Vista. Like they need that access from Vista to access the canal. And so we've tried as hard as we can to get as many parking spots on here as possible without impacting all of our easements on the site. As Dave stated, we're asking for the easement, for the variance, mainly to our west and a little bit there on the north. There's an existing driveway there that is about 24 feet wide, 22 feet wide, and there's a landscape variant. There's a landscape requirement along that side that can't be had if we have to keep the existing access. And so there's our questions. I mean, I'll stand for any questions from anybody. We have worked with the irrigation group. We are going to be blocking off the Vista Avenue access with a gate or some sort of vehicular stopping deal, but the irrigation company can move it when they need access to the site. So that'll allow people not to cut onto Vista from that entrance. Like I said, I'll stand for any questions from anybody.
Thank you, Mr. Likes. And would you mind just for the record stating your full name and address?
I'm sorry. Yes, it's Jeff Likes, 1119 East State Street, Suite 120, Eagle, Idaho.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Likes. So next we'll move on to the neighborhood association. This is the Depot Bench neighborhood. Do we have anybody present representing the neighborhood association? Okay, seeing none, we'll move to questions from the commission for staff or the applicant.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So this question for the applicant, what plans do you have on that western boundary to knock down sound and light from cars driving up and down north-south on that driveway? Is there a plan to put in a fence? You mentioned something about landscaping. Could you just clarify what you're thinking about?
Yes, Commissioner. So you're talking about the west driveway here where it says variance request. Can you see? Yes, thanks, Dave.
Yes.
Right there. Yeah, there currently is a 6-foot tall fence there along that whole western side of that. Comes with the property with the house to the west. There is about a 2-foot landscape rock buffer right there as well, but mainly the fence is already existing. It's on the property line, so I think that should cut down on any noise that would be there, or any headlights.
Thank you.
Do we have any additional questions?
Madam Chair.
Excuse me, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer, and then we'll go to Commissioner Bratnober.
Okay, thanks. This is questions for the applicant. I didn't see if you had a tenant in mind for the building. Do you have a tenant for the building, or do you know what the use of the building will be?
Not yet. We've been through a few tenants now, but nothing as of yet has signed a lease. We're really dependent on our parking, on who we can get, but there's not a tenant signed up yet. No.
Okay, thanks.
Madam
Go ahead, Commissioner Bratnober.
Okay, thank you. So a question, I believe for the applicant, or staff can chime in if they want to. So as a social club, I'm guessing that sounds like you'd have a lot of people in there. How was parking handled during that part of this lot's life?
Well, as far as we don't know. I don't know how parking. I'm sure it was just parked wherever, maybe across the street to the south. I don't entirely know. It was a social club. I think Dave said for 40 plus years it was something lodge or something was there. So, but I'm not entirely sure how it was parked before.
Okay. Any comments from staff on that?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, the social club existed from the site, from far as I can tell, from the early, or from at least the 60s up until about 2005. So its occupant of the building kind of initially predated even the code.
Okay.
Looking at the aerial photographs, I could never find an aerial photograph that showed any striping on the existing paving behind the parcel. So I think they just parked it as they could. Back in 1964, we didn't even have a parking standard or even a zoning ordinance. So it's, I think they just parked it as they see fit, or as they could at the time.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bratnober.
So for the applicant, is there a means to prevent people from parking in the easement area? When I was looking at the pictures, it wasn't clear to me. It seemed like the asphalt went all the way back. So, people come in there, are they able to do that? I'm not asking legally. I'm asking physically, are they able to just pull over there and park?
Yes, Commissioner. So to answer your question, yes, people could park wherever they want on that parking lot, in the easement, out of the easement, in our stalls. We just can't legally count them as parking stalls because at any time, the canal company can come in there and use their access.
Right.
We have been told they only access it maybe once a year. I think he told me at one point they've only accessed it here once every 7 years to actually clean this out. But, we obviously can't show parking in there. But there is no barrier to keep them from parking in their easement, as it is all paved and actually part of the parking lot.
Madam Chair, one more.
Commissioner Bratnober.
Yeah, so I'm assuming there is no enforcement. Nobody's going to come and tell them to get the heck out of there or anything like that, correct?
Commissioner, you're talking to me? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Yes. There is no, I don't know of any enforcement. We've tried to work with them we met on site with the irrigation company to say, can we show some parking in here? If you give us 24 hours notice, we'll even have them move, not park in there that day. But they said, no, there's required no parking whatsoever can be shown in their easement. But I don't know of any enforcement that, unless somebody calls code enforcement, I guess.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yep.
Okay, we don't have anybody signed up in advance to speak on this item, but if there's anybody that would like to testify on this item tonight, please virtually raise your hand online or come up right to the podium here live and in person. Oh, I see 2 hands up. Oh, when is the applicant? We'll go then to Jason Appleman. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thanks for hearing me. It's Jason Appleman, 2702 West Gem Street. I want to answer first the question about how the social club dealt with parking. The lot was more than twice the size at that time. The person who previously owned the lot put in 3 houses on the backside, cut the lot, and put in 3 houses in a street. Chris Sabali is a great guy and did a really good job with those 3 houses. When this building was a social club, then parking allotment probably would have been roughly 3 or 4 times the size of what it is now. And that should be easily found in your maps, wherever that is. But I'm wanted to say that I'm not, I live right up the street. I'm not fully objecting to this, but I think there are issues that haven't been answered yet. And so I think we should look at those. With the closing off of Vista, traffic into the building, as was said, must hit Gem Street. It goes around as it was shown on the map. And that Gem Street is the entrance to that smaller neighborhood of Gem, Opal, Pearl. And that is often used as a cut through for people avoiding the light at I think it's Kasha, or I think it's Kasha. The area currently has no sidewalks, and it has back-to-back street parking in a very narrow neighborhood. So when people are parked there, when all the residents are parked there, there is nowhere else for vehicles to really go along the street. And so when you're taking a walk, for instance, when the kids in the neighborhood are taking a walk, they're walking in the middle of the street because there are no sidewalks. So the flow through of traffic is already difficult. And depending on what goes there, it could be made more difficult. The apartment that's upstairs that was mentioned in the plan, I'm assuming there are requirements for parking for that apartment, whether it's 1 space or 2. So that, that request for 6 spaces for that building, you have to take that down by at least 1 or 2, whatever the parking requirement is for the apartment. If you're talking about retail space parking or whatever goes in there, we don't know. And that's the thing. Currently it's slated for, I think it's called accessory storage or something is what it says on the plan. And that doesn't really mean anything. So we don't know what we're talking about here. And one last thing real quick is that the area already has like, a vape shop, a strip club, a tobacco store, and all this stuff. And we talk a lot about the Vista beautification ideas we've been talking about for 5 or 6 years now. And I know that's part of the master plan of the Vista entry to campus. And depending on what goes into this building, it could either add to that or it could subtract to that. But we don't know what this request is really for. So I've talked to 3 or 4 neighbors and we're just concerned. We're not saying hell no or something. We just don't know what we're talking about when we're weighing in. So thanks so much.
Mr. Appleman. That's the end of your time. We'll move next to Mr. Carl. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Bobby Carl. I live at 2606 West Gem. I am the property that shares the fence with the subject property we're discussing today. Jason, thank you for addressing the parking for the social club. That is factually correct. That's where they parked, was where the 3 homes are now sharing the flagpole driveway to the west of the building. I don't have any objections per se. I'm just coming to the hearing to hear the testimony. There is parking, I believe, that would be adequate for this property on the south side of Gem Street if the thrift store wanted to share that with them. But like Jason, I am concerned with parking on Gem Street, overflow parking. And I guess I didn't know until tonight's meeting that we were to shut off access to the property from Vista Street or Vista Avenue. I don't have an issue with that either per se, but I am testifying just to reserve my rights to Because again, I don't know what property is going to go in, what project's going to go into that property. That's all I have.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that would like to testify on this item tonight? Please go ahead and virtually raise your hand. Okay, seeing none, then we will move on to rebuttal from the applicant for 5 minutes. Mr. Likes, if you'd like to take that time, please start again with your name.
Jeff Likes, 1119 East State Street, Eagle, Idaho. I appreciate Jason and Bobby coming on and talking. I believe we've talked with Jason a couple times before during our neighborhood meetings. I will say one thing about the beautification. We have already been approved and are currently doing the facade upgrades, painting the building, adding some masonry to the building, getting some new windows and storefront in there, making the building look much nicer than it has in the past. So I think the current owner is really trying to keep do a better design of the exterior to help attract a good tenant for that. And that's all we have.
Great, thank you. At this point, we will close the public portion of the hearing and the commission will render a decision.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I move to approve CUP 20-32 and CVA 20-40 with the terms and conditions as written in the staff report.
Second?
Great, we have a second from Commissioner Blanchard. Is there any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
Well, I think I'll keep this pretty brief. The staff report, I think, adequately sums up the hardships that the applicant's facing with this property. It seems to me that their interactions with the drainage district, the irrigation district are normal, shall I say, and that it's typical to see that they want to have access to their easement and not typically block or allow some sort of structure or other impediment to them maintaining their facility. Secondarily, I think it's a good reuse of the site. This particular building has been on this property for a long time. I think it has some historic character for the neighborhood. And per the applicant's comments this evening, they're putting an investment into the property to improve it. They're also improving the site, street frontage, the corner on Gem will be improved. They have a site and landscape plan that speaks to their improvements. So I think all in all that this reuse of the building is a positive for the neighborhood. And I think that the hardships that they're facing are valid and therefore the variance should be supported.
Any further discussion?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Blanchard.
as I offered the second, I echo what Commissioner Schaefer said, that I know Mr. Sabalo's been working on the site for a long time. He's made a number of investments in the Depot Bench neighborhood over time, and this has been a very challenging space to activate. And so I don't have any trepidation whatsoever moving forward with entitlements to help him get a business in there. So I think that that's preferable for everyone in the neighborhood. So obviously I'll be supporting the motion.
Madam Chair?
Oh, Commissioner Bratnober.
Yes, I agree with Commissioner Blanchard and Commissioner Schaefer. It certainly seems that if you look at the Blueprint Boise and policy ES 9.5, this really is a good adaptive reuse of an existing commercial building. And I think it'll be an asset to the Vista area. As far regards parking, I see it's a concern. It also strikes me that there are several official parking spaces and potentially a number of ways parking will be addressed by the creativity of drivers, which may not impact the streets as well. So I am in support of this. Thank you.
Okay, we have a motion on the table to approve CUP 20-32 and CVA 20-40 at 605 South Vista Avenue. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Said.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Rattenberg,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so before we move on to item 7, there are a couple of procedural items that I'd like to resolve. The first is I'm actually going to revisit the consent agenda. We made a motion to place the items on the consent agenda, but not to approve the consent agenda. So I will entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
and by we, you mean me, and I apologize.
I didn't catch it either.
So we'll start over here. I move to approve the following items on the consent agenda. Items A, 1, 3, 4, 5, and 6.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Great. A second from Commissioner Squires. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Rattenberg,
Aye.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so then moving on, another procedural item. I'm understanding that the East End Association is interested in speaking as the neighborhood representative for item number 7. And I would like to invite the East End at this point to give us a brief reason statement as to why they believe that they are a neighborhood of impact for this item. We're on CAR 20-7 for Ball Ventures Allquist and CUP 20-23 also for Ball Ventures Allquist. Do we have a representative here from the East End Neighborhood Association?
Hi, my name is Sheila Grisham, and I am the East End Neighborhood Association
Sheila, is there any way you can speak more loudly? We're having a hard time hearing you.
Can you hear me now? Does that work?
Just barely.
Okay, I'll try and speak right into the, is that better?
It's, yes, but not loud, not loud, but we can hear you.
Okay, I'm gonna give this a shot and see what happens. All right. We were told that we only had 3 minutes for our testimony for tonight. And I strongly disagree with that statement because every one of the large projects that comes into the east end of the east side of downtown does impact our neighborhood. We are concerned with the continuation of projects like St. Luke's on the east side of downtown, how projects like these will continue to divide the east side of downtown and basically downtown area with the east end. And that was our biggest concern. It's not only, it's not just, sometimes these larger projects have more impact on just the immediate neighborhood association. Does that make sense? Did you hear me at all?
Yes, we got you. Thank you so much. So the way our code is written, just for everybody's knowledge, is that usually we hear from the immediately impacted neighborhood association. In this case, for this project, it's item number 7. I mean, we're on item number 7. It's the downtown neighborhood association. And so the way our code is written, if another neighborhood association would like to participate in that portion of the hearing, then the time is split evenly. So that would give about 5 minutes to each neighborhood association. If the applicant only needs 8 minutes, it would give only 4 minutes to each neighborhood association. So because of that, I'm interested, do we have a representative from the Downtown Neighborhood Association? And would you mind stepping up to the mic and just letting us know, how are you comfortable? Are you in support of sharing that time? And please start with your name and address.
Yeah, my name is Tim Flaherty. My address is PO Box 495, Boise, Idaho 83701. Yeah, we as a downtown neighborhood strenuously object to having the East End make comments tonight during our time. I spent quite a bit of time putting together a 20-something slide deck to talk about our concerns and everything that we think about this project. And we understand, we met with the East End, we took their concerns and their thoughts into consideration. We spent the entire month of June talking about this project. And if they want to give comments, we would respectfully request that they do it in their 3 minutes, just like we have respected them when they've requested we not speak up about St. Luke's projects.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Flaherty. So yes, to clarify, if the commission decides to only hear from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, everybody still gets their 3 minutes of public testimony as they would whether the East End gets to participate in this neighborhood part or not. It's at the discretion of the commission, so I will entertain a motion for discussion.
Madam Chairman,
Commissioner Gillespie.
I move that we deny Ina's request to speak on item 7 as the neighborhood association.
Second.
Second from Commissioner Schaefer. Is there discussion? Commissioner Gillespie.
Madam Chairman, I just think that in this case, I don't think they have us, other than there's traffic on Bannock, I just don't think there's a strong case. And if we look at that, there's traffic on Bannock, well, that kind of would mean many, many neighborhood associations would always be speaking on all big developments, since it creates traffic that spreads out. And I think the code is quite clear on how to handle these issues, and we go to some pain to have for every parcel or every application a very clearly designated neighborhood association, and the process is set up to reflect their views and give them, if you will, a kind of a privileged position in the hearing. I'm also persuaded that the formal neighborhood association is really objecting, and I just have a problem of equity, moving forward, given that. I do want to say that, anything Ina put into the record in writing is fully available to the commission, no matter how long it is. And certainly any comments they make tonight in 3 minutes or however many people they have lined up would also be in the record and would be, I think, carefully considered. Thank you.
Is there any further discussion on the subject? Okay, seeing none. So we have a motion on the table to deny Ina's request to participate in the as an affected neighborhood association. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Stead,
Aye.
Schaefer,
Aye.
Squires,
Aye.
Blanchard,
Aye.
Gillespie,
Aye.
Bratnover.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so then we are now moving on to the staff's report of item number 7, CAR 20-7 and CUP 20-23. And please go ahead, Ms. Accord.
Okay. Madam Chair, Commissioners, the main event for this evening is a rezone and conditional use permit on 1.19 acres at the corner of 4th and Idaho, just 2 blocks away from City Hall. As you've read in the report, the planning team struggled with this request. On one hand, tall mixed-use buildings belong downtown, but the immediate vicinity does not have that completely downtown urban feel at the moment. Anyways, I'll go briefly over the request. The land use designation is downtown mixed use. As you can see, the site is on the edge of the downtown planning area, and then there are mixed use and public quasi-public designations, which create a natural transition into the East End, where St. Luke's, Fort Boise, the VA, schools, residential neighborhoods, and the foothills begin. The site is currently zoned ROD, or Residential Office with Design Review, and the request is to go to C5DDDA, which is Central Business District with Downtown Design Review and a development agreement. The C5 is a permissible zone in the downtown mixed use designation. As discussed in the report, the main reason for the rezone is for the proposed height of the building and the setbacks. The RO has a height limit of 65 feet, which equates to roughly a 5, maybe 6-story building, whereas the C5 has an unlimited height allowance. The planning team has never encouraged an unlimited height at this location, hence the inclusion of the development agreement to limit the height in some way. And as discussed in the report, the site sits in between two historic districts, Old Boise and the newly created East Main Street. It's important to point out, though, that the site is not within the historic districts and is not required by code to comply with any of the historic guidelines, but certainly the character of these two districts contribute to the overall feel of the area. The site is also within the River Myrtle Old Boise Urban Renewal District. The district was formed in 2004 and terminates in 5 years in 2025. The plan has development concept goals which call out this area as a residential emphasis with a 3 to 6 story height. There are other goals that call for striking a balance between the historic character and encouraging a prosperous business district. It's important to note that this is a guiding document adopted by reference through Blueprint Boise, but it is not ordinance. This plan was created 16 years ago and did not envision this area to be part of the urban downtown core, but as a residential urban neighborhood on the periphery. Whereas Blueprint Boise, whereas Blueprint did see this site as part of downtown, allowing the C5 Central Business District zoning. The planning team does not believe that this plan really fits the vision for downtown or the city of Boise anymore. As you all know, we've seen major growth and development these past 10 years. And after 2025, the only guiding document on how growth and development should occur here is within Blueprint Boise. We believe it comes down to compatibility, specifically with height, which I'll get to here in a minute. So the site spans 6 parcels and includes the 3-story ICCU building and drive-through, a 1-story office building along Idaho, and the associated surface parking lot along Bannock. Idaho Street is a 1-way westbound arterial, while the other streets are all 2-way collectors. The proposal intends to demolish the existing structures and build a mixed-use building which spans over the existing alleyway. The North Tower, which is right here, is 9 stories in height and approximately 112 feet. However, the applicant submitted the late correspondence proposing the North Tower at 10 stories in height, or 126 feet. The South Tower is at 16 stories in height, approximately 232 feet. Just on the first floor, it would include an urgent care, a bank, and 3-lane drive-through, another commercial space not designated with a user yet, lobbies for the residential and office uses, and ground floor apartments. The other floors include a 460 space parking garage with bike parking on each floor, and 8 floors of office and medical offices, 75 apartments on the North Tower, which wraps around the garage on the east side, and 2 floors of condos on the top of the South Tower. Again, there were 2 main concerns from the planning team for this proposal: the circulation and the height. The existing configuration of the site has an east-west alleyway with 3 access points on Bannock and 1 access point on Idaho. The Bannock Street accesses are less than ideal and provide a substandard on-street parking. The proposed circulation configures the alley so it will keep east-west for the 4 remaining parcels, and then make a quarter turn so it will become north-south. This would be the only alley in all of downtown that would have a quarter turn configuration, and that would be a north-south flow. The east-west flow is a predictable pattern downtown, and the entrance exit onto Bannock is less than ideal due to it being on one of the few designated bike routes in downtown. The other access points have been consolidated with the entrance of the drive-through from 4th exiting onto Bannock, and the garage entrance exit onto Idaho Street. On-street parking has been removed on Bannock in order to officially designate and stripe out the bike lane. In the late correspondence packet, there we go. In the late correspondence packet, the applicant proposed to maintain the east-west alley configuration. It would require ramping down subterraneously in order to do so. I'll let them explain it in more detail, but the one thing that was not addressed is what would occur with the north-south alley area highlighted in yellow with the design. The other concern from the planning team is height. The proposal is for 16 stories on the South Tower and 10 stories now on the North Tower. The nearby area has mainly 1 to 3 story buildings. This definitely is an underutilization of the downtown core, but the planning team recognizes that many are historical eligible structures. The C5 allows unlimited height, whereas the RO allows up to 65 feet. Taller buildings will continue to be built out within the C5 by right, Whereas the planning team struggled is the adjacent parcels on the block. The stark contrast between this proposal could be quite overwhelming. However, there are clearly taller buildings in the area and just across 4th Street, so height isn't completely out of the question. At the end, the planning team offered a recommendation on height in the report at 12 stories or at 14 stories if residential were included in the top 2 floors. The exact height to allow here is subjective and is ultimately at the discretion of the commission and what you'd like to recommend to council with the rezone. As you saw in the packet, the planning team believes that the request to C5 is compatible in this area. It certainly is appropriate for downtown as it continues to grow. It's just this specific location is unique and certainly a transitional area from the core to the St. Luke's campus. What it comes down to is the circulation and the height, which is why we ultimately recommended denial. We believe these can be addressed, likely not through conditions of approval, but rather a new application. The applicant provided some changes in the late correspondence packet, which are certainly more favorable to the planning team. Ultimately, it's at the discretion of the commission to approve or deny the request or recommend approval or recommend denial of the request. While it's easy to get hung up on design details, just a reminder, this is a rezone and that DA is used to provide limits on what the requested zone can or can't allow. That's the end of my presentation and I'll stand for questions.
Thank you. We'll next hear from the applicant. Are they here? Great. Come on up. We'll start with, we're there, yeah.
Madam Chairman.
Yes, please go ahead. Please start with your name and address and we'll start with 10 minutes.
All right, my name is Jeffrey Wardle. My address is 251 East Front. I am the counsel for the applicant in this application, and I apologize that I'm not in person with you tonight. But we do have members of our team in the audience. We have Tom Peterson, the Vice President of Development from VA. We have representatives from the design team at Cushing Terrell, Jason Butler and Jason Yates, either in person or participating remotely, and representatives from our civil engineer, Horrocks. At this time, I will walk you through the application. We appreciate the comments and we recognize the difficulty that staff has identified. This is it is a challenging application, and it's one that we have worked on at length to try to address these issues. We don't disagree with anything staff has necessarily said. We disagree with how you address the issues of compatibility that have been raised. And we anticipate that the comments you're going to hear tonight from the public focus on a few core issues. We've heard them from the very beginning. We know that there are objections to the height. We know there are objections to the density and intensity of this use. We know that there are going to be comments raising the issue of why this is necessary at this location. We also recognize that people are going to invoke some prior plans and that in fact there will be criticism that this constitutes some type of impermissible spot zone or is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. Those are all issues that we were aware of the very beginning, and we've attempted to do our best to address those. So let me take you into the application now. As staff indicated, we're requesting a rezone from ROD to C5 for the reasons that staff identified. In the early discussions that we had with staff, we posed whether or not it would be appropriate to do this as a conditional use, seeking relief from the height that exists under the code. And due to the setback requirements and other things, as well as some of the recent controversies that you're all aware of, we decided that rezoning the property was the appropriate resolution, and that to the extent that unlimited height was not desirable, that could be addressed through the development agreement. Included also is a conditional use permit to relocate the existing bank drive-through. Now, the intersection of 4th and Idaho has been the location of ICCU's branch bank going back into the 1970s. In the late 1970s, the credit union was constructed on this location. The drive-through was constructed at or near that same time. And ICCU desires to enhance its downtown Boise presence. ICCU approached BVA BVA being an Idaho development company with specialization in office and medical office, about redeveloping this site in light of the demands that are arising for additional medical office for independent practices in downtown Boise. So as we went about designing this, we recognized that it was going to need to be a mixed-use project pursuant to Blueprint Boise. It was going to require the office elements required for the needs of ICCU, medical office for users identified by BVA. We also recognized that in order to make this site work and function, that a residential component would be important, and that residential component should be diverse. It should be both a for sale product as well as a for rent product. And to make all of that work, it was going to require parking. We submitted this application in May, and in the interim have made a variety of revisions. But as staff indicated, we've sought to enliven the ground by eliminating a surface parking lot and replacing it with structured parking, and nearly 15,000 square feet of various service commercial uses on the ground floor. Enhance the pedestrian experience, minimize the number of drives as identified by staff, and to further enhance vehicular traffic by minimizing trips on Bannock and keeping them on the arterial Idaho. As such, we've sought to come up with a parking structure that is as low profile as possible. To accomplish that, the benefit you get and the way that you make parking garages shorter is you make them wider and you make it so the ramps are not so steep that you can't park on them. As such, we're able to get almost as many parking stalls here as you have at Eastman or Capitol Terrace, but on fewer floors. Now, you're going to hear criticism tonight that this project is both overparked and underparked. We think 460 stalls is an appropriate number. This is in the P2 parking overlay in downtown and would require only approximately 230 stalls. We think with the mixture of uses, with the configuration of the parking garage and 460 stalls being on an arterial that is presently served by transit, that this is an appropriate solution. Now, as we talk about the residential elements, we did provide in our late correspondence a modification to the multifamily component, which would increase the number of units to 82, increasing it an additional 14 feet by adding another story. With the residential multifamily piece, these are a variety of studio, 1-bedroom and 2-bedroom units in various configurations that are located on the east and northern portion of the property. Additionally, we have provided for between a minimum of 4, potentially 8 for sale condominium units at the top of the tower. The ultimate configuration of those will be based upon ultimate design of the project. As indicated, 8 floors of office are contemplated, with 2 of those floors being for the purpose of ICCU's expansion of their corporate presence and the remaining being medical office. As staff indicated, the height of the top parapet is 232 feet on the south tower, and we're at 128 feet approximately on the north tower. So public engagement, we recognized, has been difficult in this time of COVID. We've had 3 neighborhood meetings. We had the first via Zoom, we had the second as an multi-hour open house, and then finally a neighborhood meeting at the beginning of October. We have worked repeatedly in various meetings with the Downtown Neighborhood Association, and we appreciate Tim and his board's efforts to articulate the concerns that they have with our application. Additionally, our design team and Tom Peterson have had various individual meetings with adjoining property owners, and as a result, we have made a variety of material and significant design changes in the course of this hearing and preparation for this hearing. The buildings have been reoriented. The parking garage access has been relocated to minimize the impact on Bannock. We've reduced the number of access points onto Bannock and the traffic that would flow onto Bannock. We have doubled the number of for-rent multifamily units in the project, and we've increased the amount of ground floor service commercial. Additionally, we propose what we think is an enhanced alley solution. We understand staff's concern. At the same time, we think similar configurations have worked elsewhere in downtown As an example, the Eastman garage essentially has the configuration that we're talking about. But there is an engineering solution to address circulation. And if that alley on the east boundary of the property were to go away, we would probably address that by increasing the size of the residential units on that east elevation and taking the plaza that exists on the south side of the property and continuing it on through the north. We've also enhanced the screening to adjoining multi-floor residential properties with the reconfiguration, enhanced the pedestrian plaza, and as set forth, we understand the concerns that neighbors have about building illumination to signage, and we'll agree to not illuminate signage on the buildings on north or east facades above the ground or second or third floor level. So what are the real issues here? Well, the real issue has to do with what does the comprehensive plan require? Idaho Code Section 676511B requires zoning districts to be in accordance with the policies set forth in an adopted comprehensive plan. And Section C requires that it's your obligation to ensure that there is not conflict with the policies of the adopted comprehensive plan. Now, comprehensive plans are a lot like a Rorschach test. You see what you want to see, you see what you think supports you, or you see what you think constitutes a reason to deny another application. But the reason we have planning and zoning commissions is for you to do a more detailed factual evaluation. So what does it mean? You do a factual evaluation. The land use map component is very important, and there will always be conflicting goals. Now, Blueprint Boise designates this property as being within the downtown planning area and designates it for downtown mixed use, which is the most intensive land use designation in Blueprint Boise. Why is that important? Well, you're going to hear objections tonight claiming that this is an impermissible spot zone. The reality is it's not. Spot zoning has been analyzed and evaluated by the Idaho Supreme Court. And in Neighbors for Preservation of Big and Little Creek Community versus Payette County, the Supreme Court held that it's not an impermissible spot zone if, quote, the rezone was in compliance with the comprehensive plan's designation of the land. In that matter, the Supreme Court held that the land use map component was an important consideration for whether or not a proposed change in use constituted an impermissible spot zone or not. They held that if the plan map is consistent with what's being requested, that's not a spot zone. Then they went on and noted that there's a second type of spot zoning in Idaho law, and in that same decision found that it's not an impermissible spot zone where there are other compatible and comparable uses in the immediate vicinity of the property. In this case, we have further support under the Boise City Code. Under the Boise City Code, Boise's gone one step further in the C5 and specifically permitted its adoption and implementation through rezone applications in two circumstances. One, where land is immediately contiguous to existing C5 designated lands, which is the case here with the property immediately to the west across 4th Street being designated C5. Or the second one is land that is not contiguous, may be classified C5 for purposes of encouraging development of urban housing in a downtown urban renewal zone. And that's the basis for which the Jefferson was rezoned there to the north as a non-contiguous C5 parcel. So what does Blueprint Boise do? Blueprint Boise recognizes and guides. It indicates that the downtown mixed-use land use category is going to be an intense zone. It also recognizes that you're going to have a mixture of uses. And I think it is telling that the picture that the city chose as the desired pattern captures a mixture of new and existing and historic uses that are 1, 6, and 9 stories in height as the example of the archetype for what this zone should look like and what this land use should be. Additionally, the downtown mixed use differs from the general mixed use, which is applicable across 3rd Street to the east, because it has a much denser range for purposes of floor area ratio. And Blueprint Boise indicates that typical floor area ratios will be between 2 and 10, although higher intensities may be supported. In this case, the staff has outlined, even though this is an intense application, we do not use all density bonuses available to us, and we are less than a floor area ratio of 10. So we're within that designated density range in the comp plan. Also, what is important is that the C5 zone is an appropriate zone under Blueprint Boise for this use area. So we spent a lot of time, and as outlined in our initial submittal, we think Blueprint Boise supports the request that we've made. The request and application that we make supports the general community considerations set forth in Blueprint Boise for a more intensive type of redevelopment downtown. It contemplates addressing the parking needs through the redevelopment of surface parking lots, construction of structured parking, and reducing parking utilization by integration with transit. Transit becomes important, and we are on a transit line in downtown Boise, easily walkable to the other commercial nodes in downtown Boise. And we think that with the enhanced pedestrian experience by reducing the number of access points on Bannock and the other roadways, that we greatly improve that. We also recognize that Blueprint Boise encourages us to make a commitment to downtown mixture of housing type, product, and affordability. The question's been posed, are these going to be affordable units? And the answer is we're not constructing this as an affordable project. It's a market project. But that said, we're trying to provide a variety of types that permit you to have a variety of different price points that are open and available to the downtown workers at St. Luke's, at the state of Idaho, or elsewhere. And ultimately, we need to take into consideration the goals that you've set forth regarding mixed use. So, as Saline indicated, this application is not about design. We're here talking about use. That's what a rezone is. But we recognize that ultimately the conversation is going to turn to one of design. What constitutes an appropriate design? That's why rather we disagree with staff, rather than withdraw the application and redesign it, tell us what the appropriate standards you think are. How tall is appropriate in this area? And then we can take the appropriate action to design to it. We've given you an example of something that works, that meets a variety of needs, but we need objective standards. Now, what about the old Boise master plan? You're going to hear about that. And I think Saline did an excellent job of describing it. It was an important planning endeavor by the city of Boise and CCDC in 2004. But we are 5 years away from the sunsetting of that district. Other factors have come into consideration and come into play, and it is not expressly consistent with Blueprint Boise. Had Blueprint Boise intended to implement the old Boise East Side master plan, as some would argue, then this property wouldn't have been designated the way it was on the land use map. In doing so, the city of Boise, guided by this body, made a significant determination as to what type of development they wanted to see between 3rd and 4th. Additionally, the subsequent adoption of the St. Luke's master plan impacts this neighborhood. We understand Ina's concerns, but the reality is, in adopting the St. Luke's master plan, the city of Boise and St. Luke's committed to nearly 1 million square feet of new development of service uses for St. Luke's, of medical office space, of parking, of clinic space, of hospital space. And the city and St. Luke's did a comprehensive evaluation of where those uses could be placed. And the direction that everyone agreed to is that the future uses would be located to the west, back towards downtown. This is going to generate demand for independent practice and independent physician space. Now, Boise City Code and Blueprint Boise, as staff noted, does not make this a historic district. It does not prohibit redevelopment close to such. It doesn't prohibit redevelopment next to historic structures. In fact, where we look here at historic landmarks and historic districts, we see that this site is comparable in distance from those elements to other development that's occurred downtown. We recognize that the old Boise historic district is immediately adjacent to the new city center development and is adjacent to other developments that have occurred. We recognize that a lot of the changes that St. Luke's are undertaking are immediately adjacent to some of the other zones, historic districts. And when we talk about this building, the reality is, as staff noted in the prior application, Boise City's zoning ordinance didn't come into play at a time that would have affected some applications, but this building is farther away from the assay office, both in terms of its location on the parcel and the physical building, than the Imperial Plaza, which is 137 feet tall and was built in the mid-1960s. So what can be done? Well, we believe that appropriate conditions set forth in a development agreement gives us the guidance to go forward and address the concerns that we have heard. We think that the result should be approval with conditions identifying the objective standards that the Planning and Zoning Commission feel are appropriate, and not a denial to go back and start over without those objective standards. As staff indicated, and as we submitted, we can preserve the alley. If that's critical, it can be done. As we shared, if the 90-degree alley headed to the north is unacceptable, that area can be repurposed. We can increase the number of multifamily units as we've outlined. And we can address and minimize, what are the conflicts on banning. As we set forth in our supplemental rebuttal document, if the neighbors and others do not want the bike enhancements that we have proposed, we're amenable to removing those. But the reality is that by moving the garage's entrance to Idaho Street, we've minimized and addressed those issues. So at the end of the day, it's clear that staff's biggest challenge and the challenge for this body is what is an appropriate height that we can design this project to. And with that, I'll stand for any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Wardell, just in the nick of time. Okay, so we'll next move on to hear from the Downtown Neighborhood Association, and you'll have 20 minutes. Please start, Mr. Flaherty, with your name and address.
It's on. Okay. All right. My name is Tim Flaherty. My address is P.O. Box 495, Boise, Idaho 83701. I have a slide deck. I will try to go faster than 20 minutes, but I may. I was practicing earlier at my office. My staff is crazy, thinks I'm crazy, so. They're like, you're doing what? Are you going to change the slides for me as I go through? Okay, thank you. Just go like this? Okay, all right. All right, as I said, my name is Tim Flaherty. I'm the former president of the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association, and I'm representing the Neighborhood Association tonight because the president is on a family matter out of town. Also because this was the last project that I worked on as president of, oh, sorry, I talk with my hands. That wasn't changed, but it's okay.
Did you start, sorry, can you just start with your address? Did you say that?
I did say P.O. Box 495, Boise, Idaho 83701.
Thank you.
And so I served 5 terms on the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association, 3 as vice president, 2 as president. And I worked on a number of developments. I reviewed, I don't know how many hundred, but actually got involved with maybe a dozen or more, you can see this is our neighborhood association right here. And it includes the parks, and it includes obviously the core downtown. I think you're all familiar with it. We can go to the next slide. I want to start with one thing. I'm going to leave you with the same thing. Our neighborhood association, I kind of was counting it up. We spent something like 150 hours, man hours, on this project. And we met with all the parties I think that you're going to hear from tonight in terms of neighborhood associations, their concerns, the people who live right on that block in the Imperial. We took those concerns, we went back and forth about it, and in the end, we unanimously voted to support this project. We worked with the developer throughout the month of June, going back and forth, discussing what we saw were the major problems that we had with this project. And over the last 5 terms on the neighborhood board, I've had developers who basically said, we don't really care what you think. And I've had developers who did exactly what BVA did, which is they said, oh, we didn't think of that. And then they adjusted their plan. And what you have tonight, I think, is an incredible design that speaks to all the concerns that we had. And not just us as a neighborhood, but all the concerns that we could come up with from all the people that lived around it. And surprise, surprise, after they redesigned and flipped the tower to consider the views of the people who lived in the Imperial and all these things they did, there's even more objections. And I think at some point you might never get to a point where everybody is going to be happy. So I just want to leave you with that. We do unanimously support this project. We recently had an election earlier in the month of we recently had an election earlier in the month, and we had a new board selected, and the new board still supports this project. So it wasn't as if we had a changeover and people said, hey, wait a minute, put the brakes on this. We're not sure we want to continue to support this. There's a few reasons we can go. Go ahead. I kind of talked about why I'm here tonight. Go ahead. I want to talk about, go ahead to the next slide, a little bit about our neighborhood association and some of the things that we've done in the last year to help us guide our decisions, because we had some criticism within our board that maybe we weren't thinking objectively. And so we spent an entire year thinking about our mission, our vision, our core values, and we created a 12-point platform to help guide all of our decisions when it comes to new development, changes in the city code, and zoning issues. That was adopted in February of last year. And so when we took this issue up, this new proposed project up, we used those documents to help guide us. And I kind of really like the fact that we started tonight with the city's mission and vision and values. That I was like, oh, I'm going to talk a little bit about that in my presentation as well. And so I thought that was really kind of great. Go ahead. So our neighborhood core values, you can see on the screen here, have integrity, be accessible, stay informed. I'm not going to go through them all, but the last one really is service oriented. And what that means is that our decisions are not based on Tim Flaherty, my personal views or what, it's what's best for the neighborhood. And so we try to get this whole NIMBY idea out of our heads and think, okay, what's really best here in our neighborhood for each project, each proposal, each new code that comes before us and we have an opportunity to comment on. So how did we reach our decision? Through our mission statement, our vision statement, and our neighborhood platform planks. We had 5 platform planks that aligned with this particular project. And I'm just going to really quickly go through them for you. Number 2, you can go ahead to the next slide, cycling. When we saw this project, we heard the comments from the people who lived on the block, from the East End Neighborhood Association, from the North End Neighborhood Association, from the people in town that are really concerned about cycling. Originally, you had the garage dumping onto Bannock, which has become this like run, bike, walk, I don't know, freeway, if you will. It's just kind of really this place where people go. And so we went to BVA and we said, hey, did you know this? And they said, oh, okay, we'll take that into account. And I believe that's why you see the flip-flopping of their parking garage exit. Parking. You want to get somebody downtown who lives downtown, who's on the downtown neighborhood board, excited about something. You talk about 2 things, housing downtown and parking. we really like the fact that there's so much parking in this building. We talked to BVA about the idea of putting some of the parking decks below grade so that it would reduce the height, because some of the people that live close on the block there were concerned about the height of the building, and we thought that that was a good idea. I don't build buildings. I have no idea how much that costs. And when you're making suggestions to developers, you can kind of ask them for anything you want. So we asked that. But really, ultimately, the height concerns were about views. And so as we went through all of our concerns with BVA, they said, hey, guys, what if we flipped these two structures, right? What if we made the taller building on the south side? And would that really alleviate some of these concerns? And we said, sure. And then we said, well, if you're going to do that, you know, are there some other things that you can do in terms of adding some more, you know, green space or something like that? And they've done all of those things. So the parking deck is really exciting, especially as we see growth continuing in downtown and redevelopment. I think parking right here is going to be really, really important. The other thing that I think maybe was mentioned in the presentation is the fact that this is close to a bus line, and so people could potentially park here and then either walk or bus to their job, either in the state or maybe even here in the city complex. To the next slide. Traffic. Again, we talked to BVA about the traffic concerns. They were completely open to hearing us out and to making changes to meet our needs of our neighborhood. Go ahead to the next slide. Affordable housing. Now, this isn't affordable housing. They're not taking advantage of tax dollars to build this structure. But what they are doing is a lot like what Collegiate Development did on the Avenue A building, and they're making smaller units that they're going to offer at a lower price point, which is exciting to us because that means we're going to be able to have some of those people who work in downtown and some of the lower wage jobs live downtown. Or maybe they're on that bubble, right? So they're earning that $30,000, $40,000 a year, but they're still going to be able to live in this project. And so we're excited about that. Go ahead to the next slide. The building height number 12, our platform point. This is our last platform point, but it's certainly not our least. We believe in downtown. We are different than other neighborhood associations. We do believe in building up, not out. And we think that BVA has really taken that into account. In fact, when they first approached or put forth their proposal, I think they said they were only asking for 39 units. And we said, man, we'd love if you had 100 units in there. Now they did their magic and somehow they came up with 82 units, which I believe is like even more than what I heard just a few weeks ago that they were at 75. So we as a neighborhood were really, really excited about the fact that they're able to get more rental units, especially in this side of downtown where we have quite a few number of workers that do need a place to live. And we as a neighborhood, we don't want to see people driving downtown. We want to see people live downtown. We want to see people walk. We want to see people bike. We want to see people run. We want to see people be pedestrians. That's what we want. That's what we've really had that emphasis. I think maybe as you've seen me over the last couple of years supporting projects, that's been one of the things that we've always said is getting people to live downtown means less pollution. And that's something that we're fully supportive of. Go ahead. So I did up a little timeline so you could see, and you can go ahead to the next slide. Something that our neighborhood always does when we get one of these emails from PDS is we open it up, we take a look through it, and if it's something that's substantial, we go and we walk the block. That's what we call it. We call it walking the block. So I got this notice, I think on the May 29th, and I found some time and I went down there and I walked the block. And I did it a couple times. And I know that building because the ICC is there and I bank there. Well, I don't know if I bank, but whatever, I credit union there. And so I was familiar with it. And it's in our neighborhood, and so of course I go down there all the time, and it was in the middle of COVID, so I'm trying to knock on doors, but businesses are closed. All the other places that are right there are all businesses. It's not like there's people living right next to the property. And so eventually we got connected with some of the tenants in the Imperial Plaza, and that's how we were able to hear their concerns. And then we contacted BVA, contacted the developer on June 1st, and we said, hey, are you open to a discussion about what might be best here? What are the people who live right on that block saying? And are you open to changes? And sure enough, over the course of that next month, we had, I don't know, a dozen meetings. And like I said, the 8 of us spent 100, 150 hours, which is a lot of time for a neighborhood association. I know you guys are all going to spend a lot of time here tonight, but for us, that was a big endeavor. But we wanted to make sure we got this right. We wanted to do our part for the people who lived right on that block, for the property owners who lived right on that block. And I think ultimately we did a pretty good job. On July 1st, we had our meeting, our final meeting. We voted. We sent our letter off the next day to the city supporting this project. But in that letter, we did say, these are the things that we wanted to see adjusted to the project. We weren't just giving blanket approval. We had really thought about that. Go ahead to the next slide. Our recommendations were to the parking, to the alleyway, to the art or the green space, and to the Juliet balconies. Now, I realize that this is not design review, and I'm willing to die on the Juliet balcony hill at design review later on, unless you're willing to put it in your agreement tonight. Really, the Juliet balconies are the only sticking point that the neighborhood association has with the developer at this point. And we've been back and forth, and really on the non-owner occupied units, we have seen Juliet balconies work really, really well. It's hard for property managers to control what their renters put on their patios or on their decks or on their up on their balconies once it's built. So if you have a Juliet balcony and somebody wants to bring their bicycle or all their extra junk, they can keep it in their apartment and they can still have that outside feel, but it's not, cluttering up the neighborhood. And so you can go to the next slide. So you can see over the course of several months, BVA agreed to flip the towers to meet the needs of the neighborhood. They altered the alleyway. We were really concerned. I'll tell you about the alleyway. There was a little child care facility on the corner of 3rd and Idaho that uses the alleyway for drop off and pick up. And they're not allowed in their development agreement to use the street for that. And so we were really concerned about that particular business and accessibility. Actually, the way that I think it's designed, where the alleyway goes to the north and drops off into Bannock, that's kind of cool. And I think, just kind of picturing in my mind how that would work for that business is probably going to work pretty good, right? They're going to come in, they're going to line up, they're going to drop the kids off, they're going to pick the kids up, and they're going to go out off on Bannock Street. And I think it's probably going to be okay. They're all going to take a right onto Bannock, and they're going to head on down into the rest of their lives. So really the only thing that we have that's unmet by the developer, and I would love to hear them respond to this in their comments, is what the heck they plan to do about these balconies and how they're going to control the amount of junk that gets put out there by the people who do end up renting ultimately. Go ahead to the next one. You can see the 75 homes. We love this. We can't talk enough about this. This is great. If it ends up being 82 homes, even better. There's also an additional up to 8 units on the top of the tower, which are, admittedly, they're going to be luxe apartments for sure, but still, you can go to the next slide. It's going to be wonderful for those, near 100 families that are going to be moving downtown and enjoying all the amenities and all the reasons to live downtown. So if you go ahead, we encourage you to vote yes on the project, provided that now 82 rental units will have Juliet balconies. Again, I say that laughing a little bit. And again, I'm willing to fight that battle at design review. I really am. And if you go on to the next slide, you'll see that we vote yes. And again, we voted yes unanimously. We spent a lot of time on this project. We heard from everybody who was concerned about it. We didn't shut anybody out. We saw presentations. We met with the north end, the east end, the people who live on the block, the property owners, the renters, you name it, we did it. And if there's any, questions that you have about how we reached our decision or what we think, I'm happy to stand for those questions now. Thank you. I did pretty good. I got almost all the way there.
Thank you, Mr. Flaherty.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we will take questions from the commission for the neighborhood association, the applicant, or for staff.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Schaefer.
I'll get things kicked off here. Question for the applicant. Mr. Wardle, well done on your presentation. I was wondering if you could walk us back through the logic again behind the parking number that you settled on. I know you touched on it. I may have just missed some of the explanation as to why the number is so much higher than what's required. If you can walk us back through that one more time, please.
Mr. Chairman, Councilmember Schaefer. So we recognize that where you have a medical office component, you have higher traffic demand. You have higher parking demand. It's something that we've seen in our suburban medical office product. And, we think that 460 stalls is an appropriately sized garage for this use. If we did not have medical office, we probably would be doing less. When we constructed 8th and Main, Tommy Alquist and I did that. We built that with approximately 200 stalls. When we constructed City Center, with an additional, 50 stalls. As we have built Pioneer Crossing, we built that garage with 800 stalls in conjunction with CCDC because we recognized there was a need and a demand in that area of downtown that needed to be addressed. For this use at this location, if we were to build this at your typical, 4 per 1,000 suburban numbers, your parking demand could be 700 to 800 units. And we just don't think that that's necessary. So as we look at it, I don't want to Goldilocks it, but 230 is probably too few. 600 to 800 is probably way too many, and 460 we think is the right size. It's the right size. It fits, and we think that with recognizing that we have nearly 100 residential units in the project, together with 8 floors of office, of which we're projecting 75% of that being medical office, that 430 parking stalls is an appropriate number.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So I'd like to ask this question to the city, to Mr. Wardle and his team, and then to Tim. So I'd like all three of you to answer. As a primer, everybody could turn to packet page 272 of the application, which is the dimension standard comparison provided by the city. And I'd specifically like each of you to try and tell us, what do you think we should require as the setback? If we put it, say, in a development agreement, the setback in an RO is 5 to 20 and C5 is 0 to 15. Seems to me like one might think 0 is probably not the right number in this particular location. So I'd like your view on what the right setback number might be. And then second, I'd like you to go through some logic and rationale as to what height number we should adopt. The RO zone, the existing height is 65, C5, it's unlimited. I think everybody's in unanimous agreement that unlimited is too big. And 65, while there may be some people here who support that, I think there's others who might say that's a little bit small for this location. So how would you encourage the commission and the council to think about what the right height is and what the right setback is for this parcel?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, great questions. Thank you. As far as setbacks, we feel it's appropriate to have a 0-foot setback with the C5. The streetscape proposal or the streetscape standards for downtown focus on a really livened streetscape pattern where it's going to be wide enough for street trees, street furnishings, things like that. I don't believe the building was proposed right at 0 feet, and so there'd be some modulation there, but we didn't get into those specific details. So up to 0, but certainly could be pushed back at some places. As far as the height, we proposed in the report, 12-story building or 14 if you have the top 2 floors as residential. The Imperial Plaza is at 12 stories just across the way. So we feel like that is at least the minimum height. And then certainly if we want more residents and more activity downtown, to add that residential component and keep those 2 floors residential up top. And that was our stab at height.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Gillespie, I think Saline has done an excellent job there. I think as we have looked at this site, as we've looked at the downtown Boise design guidelines, I think a 0 setback on Idaho, 4th and Bannock is appropriate. I think that's consistent with what your plan requests. We have some degree of modulation. So I think the real issue becomes, how do you address the interface on the east boundary with those uses and those existing structures that were originally constructed as residences, but they are all utilized as offices or for other commercial uses. What is an appropriate setback there? And that's part of the reason why I think on that interior side, we have proposed a minimum of 20, which would satisfy the requirements for a C5 compliant pedestrian plaza. So I think that's appropriate, 20 on the eastern boundaries and 0 on the other street frontages. As for height, there has been a lot of misunderstanding and misinformation. I mean, we've seen comments that this is as big and as tall as 8th and Main. It's not. When we built 8th and Main is well over 300 feet in height. US Bank Plaza, when we owned it, was approximately 300 feet in height. It's about 290. So, the structure that's proposed right now is 232 feet in height, but that goes to parapets. And so then the issue becomes, is the appropriate measurement floors? Is the appropriate measurement feet? If you wanted to ensure that we didn't exceed what we've done, then a 232-foot tall building, limit would be appropriate. If you felt that 200 feet were appropriate, then we'd go back and evaluate designing to that standard. But I agree with Saline that in light of the height of Imperial Plaza at 137 feet, if the issue and desire is to transition, then the transition should be, that's a minimum. And actually for this type of use, and we can talk about height in other contexts, but for this type of proposed use, we really think that 150 to 200 feet in height for each of the elements is appropriate.
To say my address and stuff again?
Your name again.
All right.
Great.
Tim Flaherty, P.O. Box 495, Boise, Idaho, 83701. My thought is that, we've asked BDA to do so much and they've acquiesced and they've gone back and they've changed and they've made adjustments. And they, again, have done so much. I think the current drawings where they have the pedestrian walkway on the east side, they've really thought about how those kids are going to get in and out of that preschool, daycare, whatever. I think it's a preschool actually. I might have said daycare before, but I meant preschool. So I think like 0 on the street side and with the pedestrian, the 20-foot on the east side is appropriate. As far as the height, the fact that they added more housing and they are willing to go that extra lengths for the neighborhood downtown, I think that we can give them the 232-foot height on the big tower. And I'm sorry, I don't know what the other one is. I can't think of it off the top of my head on
The little tower.
the little tower. So yeah, I'll bet it.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So just to get it on the record, Celine, can you pull up a map and sort of point out Imperial Plaza and how big that is, and it's kind of the tour of the adjacent big buildings for everybody, so we can see what we're looking at.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, this is the immediate area. I can go out bigger if you'd like.
Why don't you just tell us so where's Imperial Plaza? How big is it?
So Imperial Plaza here is in red, just across 3rd Street. It is 12 stories in height, approximately 150-ish feet. Of course, when we say 12 stories, there's always usually about another story for mechanical and parapets and things like that. Then there's the Jefferson, which is to the north on Jefferson and 4th, and that's a 6-story building. Can't remember the height, sorry. Had that somewhere. Too much to memorize.
Celine, do you know how far, if we start going west, eventually we hit some bigger buildings?
Yes.
How far west do we have to go? There we go. Thank you.
So about 2 to 3 blocks worth to go west, basically Capitol Boulevard. You'll start hitting Key Bank, Chase Bank, US Bank, Wells Fargo, the Zion's building. Those are all, 8th and Main is 18 stories, US Bank is 19 stories, the Grove Hotel is 16 stories, Key Bank is 13.
Thank you. I'll let other folks take a crack.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Schaefer.
A couple of follow-up questions for the applicant to piggyback on Commissioner Gillespie's questions. So, Mr. Wardle, we're at 10 and 16 stories currently. We're entertaining the notion of reducing the number of stories. What is the reduction in the use then? Is it going to be residential units? Have you and your team discussed that?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schaefer, if we're having to lower the height of the southern tower, the office tower, it would be loss of office space.
Madam Chair, follow-up.
Commissioner Schaefer.
To follow up on that question, how has, obviously we're in an unusual time in 2020 with the pandemic and whatnot. Has that come into play at all in your calculations for office space and needs moving into the future?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Schaefer, it's important to note that two of the floors are expansion space and replacement for existing ICCU. And ICCU, it's their property, they own it, they want it redeveloped, they're committed to that. The remainder that we have looked at for purposes of medical office, this is not call center space. This is not tech space. This is healthcare providers meeting patients and caring for patients. And when we came forward with this application, part of the reason we did it is in a former business iteration, BVA's current medical office team spent several years trying to construct and site a medical office building for an independent physician group. And it's just difficult in downtown unless you go vertical. And so we think that it would be a legitimate concern if we were proposing this as, suburban call center or tech space, but it's not. It has a very specific use, and we think that there's that demand. Now, telemedicine is great, but you still have to see patients. and people need to have some of those engagements. So that's why it is a specialty use. It's a specialty use that we have been focused on, and I think we've been open in our communication. It's part of the arrangement that we have with Salter Medical and with their acquisition by Intermountain Healthcare, is that they want a presence in downtown Boise as an independent physician group.
Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Commissioner Bratnober.
Yes, I have a question for staff. One of the things I'm trying to understand as I go through the various somewhat conflicting descriptions by either side is this notion that basically the recommendation is to toss this application and come back with a new one, as opposed to potentially looking at areas where we can condition things. I'd like to understand what's behind the city's recommendation for that, please.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bratnober, you know, the height and the alleyway configuration has been of concern as, you know, with early discussions before this application was even submitted. It was voiced to us that the alley configuration to keep it east-west was not possible at all. And therefore we were under the assumption that it wasn't possible unless a complete redesign had to occur. We can do conditions of approval. You all certainly have done that in the past many, many times, but a project this big and obviously with a lot of you know, high interest in this project too, to do a condition of approval from a redesign like that has typically not been favorable by the commission or council. So we ultimately recommended denial because we figured there would need to be some sort of redesign. As far as that goes, though, the late correspondence packet does show that the alley can be configured to maintain east-west flow. However, there wasn't enough time to discuss that with fire, public works, as far as clearance and width and things like that.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bratnober.
Thank you, Celine. So if I'm understanding that correctly, the modifications proposed in the late correspondence packet could conceivably cover the base of the problem with the alley, and specifying a particular height. Maybe we have to translate it to feet, okay, rather than stories, because I sense an objection to using stories as the measure. That those would remove the primary concerns of the city. Is that a fair statement?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Bratnober, those were two main concerns, circulation and height. I do think, you know, we've laid out a report that has a lot of conflicting information. You know, River Myrtle Old Boise shows a plan that says 3 to 6 stories when there's nearby buildings that are certainly taller than 6 stories. And we're also in a time of a lot of growth and development downtown. So at the end of the day, that is at your discretion, how you'd like to proceed.
Understood. Thank you very much, Celine.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So Jim, I guess we are the city. So we get to take a crack at that one ourselves.
I'm sorry, I meant staff. Thank you very much, Milt.
Commissioner Gillespie, go ahead.
So this is just a kind of a housekeeping question. So can you discuss the conditional use permit, why it's here, and exactly what you looked at in assessing its compliance with the code and the criteria?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, the conditional use permit is just for the drive-through use. So the drive-through lanes, the teller lanes, how it enters and exits the building. The drive-through is not allowed. It's a conditional use within the RO, or excuse me, it's not allowed within the RO. This building has had this drive-through historically for many, many years before the RO zoning came. But the drive-through use with a C5 zone is a conditional use, and it has to meet certain criteria so that it's in the building, so stacking occurs inside the building and it doesn't flow onto the street, that there's specific design features for pedestrian safety when it intersects a sidewalk or a street, those kinds of things. And so ultimately, we did recommend denial because we recommended denial on the rezone. But those things, if the zoning was in place, this drive-through would comply with those criteria.
So Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So this question to Mr. Wardle and the city staff. So with the new proposed alley flow that is in line with at least what I think it should be and what the city suggested, does the drive-through still work even though the alley now is going 90 degrees perpendicular? So I guess it's a question for Mr. Wardle.
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Gillespie. So the redesign that we did of the alley would work. It would require modification because the entrance to the drive-through would now be off of Bannock instead of the exit. So you would reverse the direction of it, but then all of your vehicle trips in the alley would turn and go out the alley to 4th. So with the design that our team put together, and they put together very, very quickly, just to evaluate the feasibility, yes, it's feasible and it would work, and it would necessitate us reversing that may even be more beneficial because then the only traffic impact you'd have on Bannock are one point of entrance into a bank drive-through as opposed to the 3 points of exit that currently serve that bank drive-through. So yes, it's doable.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I will say that it does look like it's doable, like the applicant has just stated. That does change the flow of traffic, like the applicant has stated. And so ACHD would likely require an updated traffic impact study.
Thank you. So, Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So procedurally, we have 3 choices on the CUP. Deny it because we deny the rezone, or just deny it and independent of the rezone, defer it until the plans are more concrete, or approve it with sort of a condition that if when the rezone goes to city council, the council can take a look at the CUP and see if your conclusions about it working still stand. What are your thoughts on kind of mechanically how we should proceed on the CUP? Let me give you an assumption. Let's assume we grant the rezone with a modified DA that makes some of the height and setback and other changes people are discussing. What do we do with the CUP? Is the city comfortable that your findings would still stand? Or have you not had time to assess it? Or, what should we defer it? What should we do?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Gillespie, I believe the conditional use permit is, if you were to recommend approval of the rezone, you could approve the drive-through. And I would recommend adding a condition to say in accordance with ACHD's updated TIS review. And then it would, unless appealed or unless the rezone was changed at city council, it would be done because you would have that final decision. Does that answer your question?
Yes.
Okay.
Sold.
Do we have any other questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none. Thank you for the presentations and the Q&A. So we're going to take a 5-minute break before we get on to the public testimony. But I also wanted to just give a little run of procedure here. As commissioners, I can assure you that we read every single piece of written testimony that is sent our way, and even the late correspondence. And there were hundreds of letters that outlined identical concerns. Out of respect for the commission and for your fellow residents, please be thoughtful about time and testifying if you have submitted written testimony already, or if you are planning to testify tonight on the comprehensive plan, public convenience and general welfare, or preserving compatibility. We hear you on these issues. We understand and we respect these concerns. If you would like to testify tonight, please virtually raise your hand or safely queue up in front of the podium. We'll begin in 5 minutes after the break with the folks here at City Hall first before moving on to virtual attendees. So we'll start again at about 55 after.
Oh, no, it's totally volunteer. You don't get paid.
No, I know that. No,
Yeah, she had fun. We
You got it, sir. Come on, Robert.
Okay, we can go ahead and get started again. As I mentioned, we will start with the in-person testimony. I see 0 people at the podium, but I assume there are people here who would like to testify.
Distanced.
Okay, don't be shy. We'd like to keep it moving as quickly as we can in between speakers. So if there's anybody else, just feel free to come right on up as soon as somebody steps down. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Heidi Bogert. My address is 200 North 3rd Street, apartment 806 in Imperial Plaza, which is 132 feet high. And I'm testifying about the rezone on this because I really believe strongly that we're not at a point where we should be looking at buildings of this size on the east side of Old Boise. In consideration of the Jefferson, it was developed with underground parking. It is zone C5, but it is only 75 feet, and because its parking is underground, and as you've seen in some of the slides, it integrates well into the neighborhood. As a real estate broker, I really believe there is need for housing. I'm just concerned that this application, now that the buildings have flipped from the north building being 232 feet and being on the south side, I can understand that. I don't think that's acceptable. I think in our current conditions, we're finding many companies are allowing employees to work remotely. And as an example, consider CenturyLink, who just vacated 7 floors in their building downtown. That's over half that building. I also believe that Boise needs to allow your rezone task force to really get their arms around the whole city of Boise and all of these areas. I realize that they need to review the comprehensive plan and determine how to guide the city. I believe the city leaders can then get to the next steps. This may push the projects out into the future, but I think thoughtful growth is the right way for all of us in the community.
Madam Chair, members of the commission, my name is Dan Everhart. I'm an architectural historian. I live at 200 North 3rd Street, number 606. And I'd ask Celine if we could put up on the screen the images that we have provided that show the proposed project.
Madam Chair, Dan, I believe that you were presenting with your entire group of 8 people, and Matt
that
Parks
right?
was going to run the slideshow.
Yeah, I'm a little discombobulated by the insistence that we come and line up and start testifying in no particular order.
So Dan, if you want to wait for your group, we'll start them at the beginning of the virtual testimony.
So is it not possible to just show the images that we provided?
So I was under the impression that Matthew Parks was starting off the list. You have 8 people, right, that are going to go in a specific order.
So should we just start with Matt Parks and have him start the testimony as we had sort of arranged
I think
that?
he had spoken with Celine on the break, and he was going to be the last of the in-person testimony.
Okay. All right. I will keep talking for right now, and then we'll go from there.
Well, would you like to reserve your 3 minutes to be a part of this group?
No, I'm fine. Thank you.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I'm sure. I hope you all saw the new renderings that we provided that show you in a sugar cube rendering what this proposal will look like in the neighborhood. I hope you were able to see that.
Yeah.
So keep those in mind, I guess, since you can't see them on the screen as you hear what I have to say. So, while you may be familiar with my work as an advocate for historic neighborhoods, sites across Boise and the state, no issue in which I've been previously engaged has had the potential to directly impact me to the degree with which I will be personally affected by this proposed rezone and development. That is why I'm here to express my concerns, urge the city to deny the application to rezone the property at 200 North 4th. These concerns are mine and as an individual and do not reflect the views of the state of Idaho or the Idaho State Historical Society where I am employed. In addition to the concerns expressed by city staff in the recommendation of denial, neighbors, friends, well-respected professional advocates for good planning from around Boise echo these sentiments. The proposed project by BVA is remarkable for its audacity in demanding an allowance so out of keeping with the goals of Boise's planning professionals and the documents that have resulted from decades of careful efforts to preserve the character and quality of the city as it grows and changes. I want to make it clear that I don't oppose growth and change in the city of Boise. To the contrary, I would welcome new neighbors to my East Downtown neighborhood, along with the vibrancy and vitality that well-conceived developments can provide. Unfortunately, this proposal will profit from the qualities of this charming section of the city, which has been 150 years in the making, while stripping East Downtown of these qualities for long-term residents and newcomers alike. Well-planned development, which respects existing assets of the neighborhood, would be embraced. This project does not do this and should be rejected. Finally, I would like to address the potential response to this application, which would suggest a something rather than nothing approach to city planning. Don't allow BVA's hubris in applying for a grossly out of scale development to be tempered by half measures that reduce the impacts, but still allow a project that doesn't comply with the city's comprehensive planning guidance. I urge you to recommend denial of this application outright. Require Ball Ventures Alquist to propose a project in keeping with the existing zone and preserve the character and quality of East Downtown. Don't fix it. Don't try to fix it. Just say no. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Max Clark. I live at 200 North 3rd Street, number 1204 in Boise. I'm talking to you as a citizen opposed to the rezone for the site due to insufficient parking. So parking and mobility will be the subject that I will address to you. It is our fear that the inadequate number of parking spaces will lead to significant neighborhood parking, traffic congestion, and safety issues. My single page letter is on page 377 of your packet. I've had 20 years of experience in the parking business here in Boise, I am pretty familiar with getting people to, from, and around town. It's challenging here. So I respectfully disagree with the two parking assertions that have been made. One, the proposal has just the right amount of parking, and two, underground parking will lead to a higher building. Boise is an auto-centric city, like most Western communities. That will not change until a couple of other things change: the price of gas, the price of parking, or congestion. Autonomous vehicles are 20 to 25 years away. They're not going to save us in the near-term future. I would love to never build another parking garage, but it's just not realistic in Boise. First of all, kudos to the proponent and city staff for implementing transportation demand management measures as part of the project. Transit, cycling, and walking must be prominent in any downtown development, and they've done that. Having said that, those particular measures will have very little effect on this proposed project. And here's why. Transit service in our community is marginal at best because it's cash strapped. They have connection issues getting folks from downtown. We have found that unless you get the person on the bus at the point of origin, they're not going to get out of their car and get into a circulator downtown. Secondly, transit has fewer midday trips. It's geared to, because of money issues, to be able to deal with the AM and PM peaks. And thirdly, Main Street Station is 5 blocks from where this proposed development is. There are 340 space deficit, and we arrived at that by doing a Urban Land Institute parking study. It's available all over the country. It's based on standards. The main tipping point in this particular proposal, of course, is the medical office building. 4 to 12 visitors a day, 9 stories of that. It's going to overwhelm the neighborhood with cars. So how do they make up for that deficit? They either shrink the project or they build underground parking. They can build underground parking. It's a precedent here in this community. And with that, I will stop my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. Feel free to remove your mask when you're speaking, and also please feel free to use those wipes to wipe down after you're finished.
My name is Patricia Dunlop. I live at 211 West Jefferson Street. We have owned a single-family residence at 211 West Jefferson for 15 years. It's a house built in 1903 by Tortelot and Hummel, part of the historical fabric and residential nature of that part of town. I'm protesting this application because of the combination of height, density, and intensity that is not found anywhere else in the downtown core, never mind in a historical district like the East End. This spot rezoning that is a significant jump from RO to C5D, the most intensive zoning category, is a dramatic departure from the neighborhood and would do irreparable harm to the character of it. I'm absolutely in favor of additional development that brings vitality to this area with office, residential, retail, and parking needs, but it needs to be done in a manner that reinforces the unique character of this area and that's also suitable to the Boise Comprehensive Plan. Thank you.
Thank you.
First off, I'd like to thank you for your service to the city. And my name is Bob Snyder, 200 North 3rd, condo number 1104. I'm speaking for denial of the rezone of the Idaho Central parcel. I commend BVA for increasing the urban housing element and the shielding of some of the parking on the east side of the building. I realize the necessity for development of the Idaho Central property, but the development needs to be smart. It needs to blend in with surrounding properties, continuing to offer more unrestricted public space. For instance, the Imperial Plaza, about 1/6 of the footprint is available for public use. It's a landscaped area. Recently, closer to downtown, the Gibson Apartments has a pocket park that they develop. The BVA project needs to contribute more towards the public open space that Boise is known and respected for. One important fact that has been touched on a little bit earlier today is the number of floors versus the height of the building. For instance, the Imperial Plaza with 12 floors is now, with the 10 proposed floors of the shorter tower, is smaller, even though it seems like it's a taller building. So it's kind of a misnomer to think about that. The next picture I'd like to bring up is showing what the view would look like from the 11th floor of the Imperial Plaza. This is also taken into the efforts of BVA that the design address the views of the Capitol building and the foothills. And that shows the 10-story, the 9-story, it's actually a little bit taller now, and then the tower on the left. That's from the 11th floor. That is going from sidewalk to sidewalk, all the way from Idaho Street over to Bannock. The corners are cut right about where they say. The proposed structure will encompass more than half of the block with a 16 and a 9, now 10-story tower. The only other structure in the central business district which surpasses this footprint is the Boise Plaza, formerly the Boise Cascade building, at 74 feet and 6 floors. This leads me to my next point. The proposed building has minimal setback from the sidewalk, unlike the surrounding blocks in the area and the other structures in the immediate block. If the setback was brought in, the scale of the building would be reduced and sight lines would increase for all of the properties involved. To be responsible citizens and good neighbors, I feel all new structures in eligible areas need to take advantage of geothermal. In discussions with the city, I understand that no discussions have been made to explore this option. At the expense of the surrounding area, the above ground 5-story parking should be underground. The Jefferson has 4
Time.
floors of underground.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Hello, Count.
Go ahead and
Commission.
pull this down so that
this
everybody
better?
online can hear you. Perfect.
Okay, my name is Linda Clark. I live in the Imperial Plaza at 200 North 3rd Street, Unit 1204. I'd like to thank the time that the staff and Planning and Zoning Commission has spent on this proposal. And I also thank you for your diligence and acting responsibly, overseeing and enforcing the codes and the regulations. You have got also the duty to re-examine and amend those codes and regulations when they become outdated. I understand the city is currently in process of the city zoning task force and that people, time, and money have already been committed to this process. It has been pointed out that St. Luke's and other projects have chipped away at the Boise blueprint and the old Boise East Side plan. They make it sound like the proposal is a natural evolution of that process. But I urge the commission to hold off on allowing a requested rezone until an updated city zoning development plan can be brought forward thoughtfully and with vision and responsibly for the city and the citizens of Boise. To do so otherwise puts an onus on the Planning and Zoning Commission to create and make zoning decisions on the fly without a comprehensive plan in place, and especially when there's a concurrent process to examine and review the overall zoning already in process. I said that too many times. Thank you.
Good process, though. Do we have anybody else in person that wants to testify?
Good evening, David Klinger, 1404 North 24th Street. This is a project that will change the character of a neighborhood and the panorama of an entire city. Another glass high-rise tower that justifiably raises community concerns to new heights. I realize that design review is not part of your primary goal here tonight, but I think design should be talked about because as you design and approve bigger and taller buildings, you magnify the future problems that are set in motion. And I'd like to put one of those concerns on the record tonight, one that you maybe haven't considered. I just would like to put this placeholder in your record because you're going to be hearing a lot more about it in the coming year from us. More and more U.S. cities are subjecting massed reflective glass buildings to greater scrutiny because of their impacts on wildlife, specifically migratory birds. Poorly sited, poorly conceived reflective glass towers of increasing height can prove to be bird-killing machines, unintentionally but largely preventable. Taller buildings are increasingly getting greater and greater scrutiny by governmental bodies such as your own. This past year, the city of New York entirely revamped its building codes to mandate the use of bird-friendly materials in the design of any new buildings or the retrofitting of old ones. The city of Chicago is making the same changes. The state of Maryland has done that. Several California cities have done that. Inevitably, given this city's exponential growth, the city of Boise is going to be asked by the public in the coming year to modify its own building codes to make new building designs more wildlife friendly, especially the taller ones. We've recently been in conversations with members of the Boise City Council on this subject. Already, Boise State University's new glass 3-story arts building on Capitol Boulevard is recording bird strikes. The proposed Moshe Softy designed library, 4 stories, reflective glass, poses similar risks. I would ask I would suggest to you that the proposed Ball Venture Alquist project needs to have greater scrutiny on this point. I don't want to see them have to come back here in a couple of years and undergo expensive retrofitting for a problem that should be addressed at this stage before something is built rather than after. I've looked at this application. I've attended the developer's neighborhood meeting. I think it's deficient on this point.
Time.
Thank you, Mr. Klinger.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else that is looking to testify in person tonight? Thank you, Mr. Klinger. Appreciate that.
Good evening. My name is Rob Tiedemann. I live at 217 north of Walnut Street in Boise, Idaho, Boise's East End. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak with you tonight. I appreciate that. And I'm always in awe at the public process. It's amazing to watch in action. I'm a longtime resident of the historic East End neighborhood. I've actively participated in protecting our neighborhood from haphazard development, and I've helped to secure the adjacent Boise River by adoption of the Boise River Plan. I'm one of the principal authors of our first neighborhood plan and was invited by then Mayor Kempthorne to serve on his Blue Ribbon Committee to develop a modern comprehensive plan. Like other champions of Boise's downtown, I smile with great hope and appreciation whenever I see a construction crane rise into the skyline. Our history shows us that a vibrant downtown is an essential ingredient to a special city like Boise. A spacious culture of people, distinctive places, and a diversity of public experiences are the qualities of a desirable downtown and a feature of smart growth, which seeks to develop a compact city to avoid sprawl. Appropriate placement, compatibility, and good design are all essential to our accomplishing a desired redevelopment of downtown. However, the proposed project does not meet this test. I oppose the request to rezone and the granting of a conditional use permit for this property based on the following facts. Number one, it is contrary to the goals and objectives established in law by the current Boise City Comprehensive Plan, otherwise known as Blueprint Boise. Two, it would be an upzoning of property prior to the completion of the recently announced systematic process by city staff and stakeholders to develop a modern land use plan and comprehensive zoning for the area. That effort will articulate the desires of the neighborhood and guide the city in the form and function of a stock of higher density housing. And 3, it will adversely affect adjacent and nearby properties because of its incompatible size and nature. It'll hasten the loss of existing residences and change the historic character of this part of downtown. Please know I appreciate your determination to make Boise one of the most livable cities in the country. Your decision to require the current owner of the property and the developer to do better will contribute to our vibrant community with lasting environments and innovative enterprises. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that it for our in-person testimony? Okay, yeah, so are we gonna move on to this group? Okay, so let's call it Matt Parks next. And we have a group of individuals who are sharing a presentation, so they'll go congruently. Mr. Parks, please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Matthew Parks. Address is 802 West Bannock Street, Boise, Idaho. And I wanted to talk to you. I guess I've taken your advice, Madam Chair. I'm going to try to cut through some of the issues that are already addressed in our written comments. But I do want to talk about the comprehensive plan, just to address the comment that the old Boise East Side plan somehow doesn't have the same force and effect it did when it was originally adopted, and somehow in 2025 that plan will expire. I think that's a mischaracterization of how that plan works. Obviously, it was an urban renewal plan. Part of that is tax increment financing. The tax increment financing is the component that ends in 20 years, in 2025. But the planning component of that, I think, was meant to be, and I think you can read it into the plan, be a long-term plan that was not going to go away at 2025. And this was something that was going to be something that still needs to be paid attention to today. And I want to talk, and I don't know if you can see the slide that I have up there, about what your task is today when looking at the comprehensive plan and whether or not this project is in compliance with the comprehensive plan. I think the Idaho Supreme Court, basically I call it a four-part test that you've got to look through to comply with the cases that the Idaho Supreme Court's come out with. And first, I think you've probably heard a lot and are going to hear some more testimony about what are the present factual circumstances of the area. I'm not going to talk about that. I'll let others talk about that. But I think number 2 is identifying the goals and policies adopted by the city as expressed in the comprehensive plan that are applicable to this property. That, I think, is, the mere fact that this property was identified in Blueprint Boise as being in the mixed use zone, I think that's maybe a general category. I think what you have to do is look at the old Boise East Side plan, especially the map in there, as we look at the map of what is supposed to happen here. And it's pretty clear that this is a 3 to 6 story area, residential emphasis, and it's meant to be, and the goal of the plan, the policy of the plan was to keep this as a cohesive, historic type neighborhood that was adjacent to not only St. Luke's, not only the Capitol, the government buildings to the south, and as well as the business district to the east. So I think that's the goal and policies that you've got to concentrate on, because that is the one that's most particular to this particular site. And the last 2 is to determine whether or not this fits with those goals and plans. And I think really it's kind of difficult to say that it does. And I would say that it is spot zoning because it does not comply. Once again, this is the important map. Thank you for
Thank you, Mr. Parks. Next, we have Keith Gaines. Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Please start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes.
My name is Keith Gaines, and I live at the Imperial Plaza at 200 North 3rd Street, apartment 606, which is a half a block east of the proposed project. I oppose a rezone for this property. While my neighborhood consists of mostly historic 1- and 2-story buildings, it includes 2 multi-story residential buildings, the Imperial Plaza and the Jefferson. I purchased my condo in this neighborhood 17 years ago because, to use the original sales pitch for the Jefferson, it's downtown, but it's not too downtown. While I'm an exception to the rule, the Imperial Plaza is designated as a residential community for 55 and older. Many of my neighbors moved to this neighborhood after retirement and enjoy walking by its grassy lawns under a mature tree canopy. In 2004, CCDC hired Clearwater Research to conduct a survey of Boise and Ada County residents to obtain data on their level of interest in living in downtown Boise. Old Boise East Side got the most votes for being desirable, 81%. I watched the construction of the Jefferson from my living room, and it exemplifies how development achieves the goals of the Old Boise East Side Master Plan through a slight departure from the existing RO zoning classification, since that rezone was approved with a height restriction of 75 feet. More importantly, the Jefferson meets the objectives of the master plan to foster the residential character of the neighborhood through infill development of 3- to 6-story pedestrian-friendly residential buildings that complement the surrounding properties. City staff suggests that if the commission or eventually city council recommend approval, the height should be limited to 12 to 14 stories instead of the proposed 16 stories. Presumably, this recommendation is because the Imperial Plaza is 12 stories high, without recognition of the fact that the Imperial Plaza is only 136 feet tall. While the Imperial Plaza exceeds the 65-foot height limit, it was constructed in 1964 and was a pre-existing use when the current RO zone was established. The Imperial Plaza exemplifies good infill development principles if it were constructed today. There is an appropriate transition in building mass to adjacent properties, ample setbacks, underground parking, and a unique but complementary architectural design. At 232 feet, the proposed project dwarfs the Imperial Plaza in terms of height and massing. Please recommend denial of this application to rezone the property at 200 North 4th Street.
Thank you, Mr. Gaines. Next, we'll hear from Pam Sheldon, and then Jennifer Geiger, and then Cindy Sheffield.
Madam Chairman, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm at Matthew Parks's office, and so that's why I appear with the name Matthew Parks.
Great.
So I'll begin now. My name is Pam Sheldon. I live at 2274 South Geckler Lane, Boise. I was the planning director for the Boise Urban Renewal Agency from 2000 to 2009, and I supervised the team that wrote the Old Boise East Side Master Plan. My presentation this evening is on 4 questions. Number 1, how big is the proposed project? The slide that you see on the screen was created to answer this question. Where does the proposed project fit into the spectrum of major buildings in the C5 district in the downtown core? It shows 12 downtown buildings. It specifies the building footprint, height, and floors as gauges. It shows that the proposed project is 2nd largest in footprint, 3rd highest in height, and 4th in numbers of floors. It is a very massive building. There is nothing like it in Old Boise East Side. Number 2, how important is this decision? C5 is the most intense zoning district Boise has. RO is a modest mixed-use zone. Changing from RO to C5 is a huge leap and a very serious decision. Once rezoning is granted, it is very hard to get back. The proposed project includes a 232-foot tall, 16-story office tower. Approving C5 for that project would open an enormous gate. It would encourage other nearby property owners to request the same consideration. It would be very hard for the city to say no. Number 3, is the project in accordance with the Old Boise East Side Master Plan? Many letters submitted on this project address this issue in great detail and conclude no emphatically. I would like to highlight just a few points on this issue. Old Boise East Side Master Plan emphasizes over and over the touchstone for future development is the current character of the area. What does the plan say about the future? The master plan says the preferred development concept does not envision a dramatic change in character other than a modest increase in intensity and a better balance between land uses. The text of the plan says this area should become an in-town residential neighborhood. Existing housing should be protected and the amount and range of housing should be increased. The built form map, which has already been shown, shows the area around the project site in the residential emphasis area for 3 to 6 stories. Number 4, what is the status of the Old Boise East Side Master Plan? The staff implies that the master plan will sunset when the underlying urban renewal district sunsets in 2025. We respectfully disagree. City Council.
Thank you, Ms. Sheldon. That's the end of your time. Next, we'll
Madam
move.
Chair.
Who said that? Commissioner Bratnover.
Yes, could we ask the presenter of this slide package to expand it to presentation mode, full screen mode, because I'm missing a lot of the detail there. There is a little button with a little pull down screen thing on the bottom towards the right that you just click on that and it will be better than what you have now.
Patience, Jim, we're working on it.
Start with my name and address.
Please start with,
okay.
Matthew, are you, Madam Chairman?
Commissioner Gillespie.
Mr. Parks, are you trying to expand the screen? Are you the man on the point?
Yes, sorry about that. I'm not used to having this, I guess, many people on, and I can't seem to find the expand screen.
I think it's at the very bottom. There's a slider bar that is like the size, and then there's like a little screen. Bottom. Move
all the way
cursor
down.
There you go.
Oh, you're just on it.
Left. That one.
That one right there. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Okay, please, Jennifer, go ahead. Start with your name and address, 3 minutes.
Jennifer Geiger, and it's 13032 North Shicks Ridge Road. Matt, could you put it on slide number 1 for me? My name is Jennifer Geiger, and I'm the daughter of John and Kathy Hawkinson. My parents own the charming bungalow that you see here at 305 West Bannock Street, which sits directly northeast of the proposed BVA building. In 1992, the ICCU building was owned by the Jantz Corporation. They had also owned my parents' bungalow, which they purchased from Jantz in 1992, saving it from being moved or from demolition. From 1992 to 1993, my parents did a total renovation inside, which became their corporate headquarters for their hardwood lumber company, which was called Hawkeye Forest Products Incorporated. After graduating from college, myself and my younger brother, Marcus Hawkinson, we worked for our parents in the family business. I worked inside this office for over 18 years. We have maintained this beautiful office both inside and out for the last 27 years, and it's in excellent condition. It is an asset to downtown Boise and adds character to our charming Northeast End neighborhood. Slide 20 shows a rendering of BVA's South Tower that would sit just 20 feet from our office on our west side. That's the one. This wall to the west would eliminate all of the bright afternoon sunshine that comes through our many bay windows. These windows brighten our office so much that we oftentimes don't even need to turn on the interior lights. And I think you can see those on slide 13 better maybe. My family and I disapprove of this project, one which does not add any character to Boise or our downtown neighborhood. Instead, it will tower over the charming and historic houses and offices that surround and share our block. You can barely even see our office from the rendering of the BVA building, shading our bungalow and eliminating all sunshine. And I think that was maybe slide 11. Anyways, thank you for your time and consideration in declining the zoning of this project.
Thank you, Ms. Geiger. Next, we have Cindy Sheffield, and then Linda Anderson and Dennis Benjamin.
Hello, my name is Cindy Sheffield, and I live at 200 North 3rd Street, number 903. I'm a renter, not an owner of the condo. So my condo view is not an issue, as I am on the opposite side of the building. But I am here for the impact on the Boise community. I've lived in Boise for 62 years, all but 5 years of my life. I raised my 2 kids here, and they still live in Boise. And they are planning on raising their children here, as this is their roots and their community. I am part of a 3rd-generation family to live in Boise. I tell you this to let you know I am not new to this community. After raising my children, I had the opportunity to move downtown. I've always wanted to live downtown for the community vibe that East Downtown Boise offers and the lifestyle. I love being able to walk in the neighborhoods, learn about the history and our Boise community. This is what Boise is all about, not big city development. I also like the historic preservation of East Downtown neighborhood. I'm proud to say that 2 of the houses in this neighborhood are of Boise Basque history. I'm active and a member of the Basque community, and I'm proud of the legacy that was left by my ancestors. So if you can show the slide from 301 Idaho. That building on the right. This Mendieta house, which was built in 1906, was remodeled in 1936 and has a lasting legacy to the Basque determination to be part of this community. And then if you go to 303 Bannock slide, the yellow house on the right. The Uranga house was built in 1903 and was remodeled by a group of Basque families, and one of them was my relatives, the Ubaragas. They gave a piece of their roots from Muscati to Boise, the community. These are just 2 examples that have been incorporated into the Boise community, and without restraint, they will be destroyed by big developers who do not care about Boise history. If BVA's project is approved, they will continue to buy up historic houses like they are already doing. They are in the process of buying a small historic building adjacent to their current property. And asked at a community meeting if they tried to buy another building, they said yes, but they wouldn't sell. So as you can see, BVA will continue to destroy the historic houses of Boise, making way for a bigger footprint on the community, and then make it impossible for families and businesses to thrive because of the enormity of their building and the buildings to come because of the allowances of this rezone. I'm opposing the construction of this project as I don't feel that it will be a good addition to Boise and the vitality of the lifestyle that we have worked for many years to promote. East Downtown is for families and small businesses. Please vote no and decline their application and preserve our Boise. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we'll hear from Linda Anderson. And then Dennis Benjamin. Give us a moment while we work with the technology.
I just unmuted myself. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
I'm on?
Yes, please go ahead, Linda. Start with
All
your
right. Thank you. My name is Linda Anderson. I live in the Jefferson, 323 West Jefferson. I've been here 6 years. This East Side transitional neighborhood is totally inappropriate for massive commercial infill, such as BVA's proposal. Blueprint Boise states, quote, infill design principles address design considerations unique to infill and redevelopment occurring in older areas of the city. The primary role of these principles is to accommodate increased densities where appropriate, while protecting the character of Boise's established neighborhoods. Types of consideration addressed include relationship to surrounding development, transitions in height and building mass, and other issues related to compatibility, unquote. The project before you should be built in the central business district where there are numerous appropriate sites. The only reason it is proposed for this site is because of a relationship between the developer and the CEO of Idaho Central Credit Union. This is not, in my opinion, a logical rationale for you to allow this East End neighborhood to be forever changed with such out-of-scale construction. If the proposal on this site were for a mixed-use building such as the Veltex or a condominium project similar to the Jefferson, there would be no opposition. They are both modern, but reflect the architectural detail and proportions of the buildings in their neighborhoods. And both buildings have placed their parking underground to limit the aesthetic impact on nearby neighbors. Please remember when you are deliberating that the neighborhood impacted by this proposal is residential with small offices in historic buildings. The old Boise East Side Master Plan says, quote, "The preferred development concept does not envision a dramatic change in character other than a modest increase in intensity." In my opinion, no one could ever say with a straight face that BVA's proposed project would not be a dramatic change in character for this historic East End neighborhood. I urge you to deny the proposed zone. Thank you for all you do for the city and for your serious consideration of our concerns. In my last second, I want to say, just math-wise, the BVA project is 14.5 feet per story, while the Imperial Plaza is 11.33 feet per story. A big difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson. Next we'll hear from Dennis Benjamin.
Good.
Am I with you guys?
You are. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
I'm Dennis Benjamin, 1943 North Stoneview Place in Boise. I'm a part owner of the historic Uranga House at 303 West Bannock, and I'm a partner in the law firm of Nevin, Benjamin, McKay, and Bartlett. We've occupied that building for the past 30 years. As an aside, I can tell you that the Downtown Neighborhood Association never contacted any of us for our concerns about the project. The project, in short, simply overwhelms the historic buildings on the block. Approval would create an incentive for those of us who have taken care of our historic buildings, like the Hawkinsons. It creates an incentive to just raise them and destroy the historic character of the East End. It also penalizes those of us who have turned away overtures for years from developers because of our love of the historic nature of our neighborhood. Further, the buildings on this project block and in the surrounding area all have setbacks from the street. This project, as noted, has a 0 setback on at least 3 of the 4 sides. Now, the east side is unclear. Until recently, earlier this week, apparently, this was a northbound alleyway. But fair to say that this would be the only project in the area with a 0 setback. While the Imperial Plaza is a multi-story building, the BVA project is not comparable to it at all. The Imperial Plaza is the only building on its block. It has a much smaller footprint. It's set back from the sidewalks, and it has a large green space, almost a park-like green space on the north side. It does not block sunlight to its neighbors. By contrast, the BVA project shares a block with 4 different 1- and 2-story neighbors. It's built near 0 to the sidewalk, has just a narrow strip of green space, and will leave its neighbors in the shadows. So for all those reasons, I think it's not compatible with the surrounding zoning. I also ask you to deny or defer the conditional use permit. I think it's premature to take up unless a rezone is approved by the council. Finally, I would suggest and hope that the commission will not take consideration of the very last minute changes to the plans produced by BVA. We citizens have not had a fair opportunity to even look at these plans yet, and we can't comment on them. So I think it is unfair to the public comment requirements that that you would consider something so new. Thank you for your time.
Next, we'll move to Sheila Grisham. Sheila, go ahead and please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Sheila Grisham.
Sheila, I'm sorry. You're going to have to get a little closer to that microphone. It's hard to hear you again.
Okay, sorry about that. See if I can, is that better?
No.
Oh, geez.
We have a HVAC on in the chambers here, and I think that's
And
preventing
some
us
elderly commissioners.
from hearing you. Speak for yourself.
All right, is that a little bit better?
Barely.
Okay, I'm just gonna kiss my little computer.
That got
here.
so much better. Thank you. Please go
All
ahead.
right. All right, my name is Sheila Grisham. I'm with the East End Neighborhood Association. I'm at 1204 East State Street, Boise, 83712. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I am testifying tonight in opposition of the rezone at 200 North 4th Street to the C5 rezone. This rezone does not comply with the Boise planning documents for this area, and ENA would like to see the city finish the process of revamping the zoning and ordinances before a project of this magnitude is even considered. As I said earlier, this project will affect our neighborhood. Every large project that is built on the east side of downtown affects our neighborhood. We are concerned with the continuation of projects like St. Luke's on the east side of town, how projects like this will continue to divide the downtown and the East End. Most people move into this neighborhood due to its proximity to the downtown. They walk, bike, and drive to downtown, patron their restaurants, shop the retail, work, meet, and enjoy events. Should projects of this size start to take over the east side of downtown, it will be harder and harder for cyclists and pedestrians especially to get to downtown. This will impact the East End and the downtown. ENA is not opposed to growth. Boise is growing and changes will take place. However, is this the right place for this building? The new ICCU BVA building is 16 stories high. In an area of mostly one-story building or one-story homes that should be within the old Boise Historic District. I question why the new buildings on Front and Myrtle are only 6 to 8 stories and a 16-story building is being considered in a neighborhood that should be added into an old Boise Historic District. This area needs to be resurveyed for contributing homes that could be added to the old Boise Historic District before a rezoning to C5 be considered. No one knows what the fallout from COVID will look like. We don't know if we'll have empty office buildings due to people working from home, if we'll need more doctors' offices due to people doing more virtual appointments. We do know that we already have one empty office building, the CenturyLink building. What will happen to this building? Will it sit empty and be the equivalent of another 20-year hole in the ground? Until we know more about the changes that may be coming our way, we should be putting a hold on projects of this magnitude. Instead, we should be updating the old Boise East Side Master Plan and the old Boise Historic District. Look at how the bikeways and to roadways plan could be impacted with larger projects such as this one, and finish the zoning and ordinances revamp. Thank you for your time, and please do not allow the C5 rezone. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Grisham. We'll next hear from Susan DeSeelhorst, and then Krista Deutsch-Fry, and then Deanna Smith.
Hi, I'm Susan DeSeelhorst. I live at 421 West Franklin Street. That's the corner of 5th and Franklin. And I'd just like to point out that we don't necessarily, as single family homeowners, agree with the Downtown Boise Association on this decision. In fact, I was kind of offended that when they put up the map of the Downtown Neighborhood Association, they excluded the 2 blocks in which my house is located. They really don't have a pulse check on single family homeowners. The other point I'd like to make is I feel that BVA is using the height as kind of a lightning rod to make us not necessarily see how unsympathetic this building is, how damaging it could be to the original Boise town site that it's located in, and that maybe we really just don't need it right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Susan. Next, we'll hear from Krista.
Hi, this is Matt Fry. I live at 301 West Idaho Street with my wife, Krista. I would like to correct him from Downtown Neighborhood Association in his earlier statement in that there is no residential properties on that block. My wife, Krista, and I do live on the block of 300 West Idaho Street on the southwest corner of 3rd and Idaho. I oppose the rezoning with a significant concern over how the rezoning will impact traffic through this area. I'm sorry, can you guys hear me okay? Just before I go too much further? Okay, great. Over the last year, I've witnessed 3 traffic collisions in the intersection of 3rd and Idaho and have significant concerns over how the proposed rezoning will increase traffic through this intersection. I believe if the committee approves the proposed rezoning, the intersection of 3rd and Idaho will see an increased traffic flow, potentially making the intersection more dangerous for those drivers and pedestrians that currently use that intersection. With the child daycare located in the northwest corner of that intersection, and those children frequently traveling through the intersection to reach the park on the southeast corner of that intersection, these safety concerns are further amplified. I would ask that the commission perform an independent analysis of the traffic impact from the proposed rezoning before considering the proposed rezoning. Thank you for hearing my concerns.
Thank you, Mr. Fry. Next, we'll hear from Deanna Smith. And Deanna, you are unmuted, so go ahead, please, when you're ready.
Thanks. Good evening, commissioners. I wish to take my few minutes to clarify my hastily submitted comments on October 23rd and elaborate on a few reasons for denial. I commend staff for correctly recognizing the C5 rezone is far out of character for this area, and more importantly, does not comply with the planning documents for this area. The mixed-use nature of this project does little to fulfill the goals for the area. While it includes a mix of uses, office, residential, and services, this project does not include third places. Infill mixed-use projects should not simply provide a mix of uses, but bring to the area what it is missing. This area has a fair amount of housing, as well as office space and commercial services. And while workforce housing is really needed downtown, what is also needed to create the vibrant urban neighborhood envisioned for this area are third places, such as restaurants, coffee shops, outdoor eateries, and other gathering places located along the blocks at the street level. This project offers nothing of interest at the street level and no third places other than the small green space added per request by the residents. The project does not comply with Blueprint Boise's well-stated economic goals and objectives to create a healthy range of economic sectors and avoiding overconcentration. In fact, it does the opposite by adding to the already high concentration of health sector in the area and brings no diversity of economic activities to this side of downtown. I disagree with Mr. Clark's comments regarding parking. The project is too car-centric, both in use as well as design. Some of the parking should be put in the other 2 large projects in the area. As a mixed-use project, it should apply shared parking to its plans. Boise must begin to use shared parking as one of the solutions to help us reduce the amount of real estate we commit to parking cars. Less parking is one way this project could shrink its height en masse. Boise does planning well and should follow its plans. If we do not, we will not create the city we all want. C5 was created for the Central Business District. The downtown planning area is made up of unique areas with their own plans. Just like the West End supports the growth and transition between central downtown to the west, the old Boise Eastside Master Plan serves the same purpose for transition into this part of downtown from the Central Business District and is referenced in Blueprint Boise as such. I hope you consider the consequence such a significant change to East Side downtown will have on the success of the West End's plans. I question Boise will have enough demand to grow both East and West successfully. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Smith. We'll hear next from Jeanette Bowman and then Nancy Coyce and Jeremy Gray. Jeanette, please start with your name and address. You have 3 minutes. Once you unmute. Jeanette, are you there? Okay, I guess we'll move on to Nancy Coyce. Nancy, once you unmute, please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, I am unmuted, and my name is Nancy Coyce. My address, the Jefferson Condominiums, 323 West Jefferson. I have my video on, but I don't see my video with you like the other home participants. Are you seeing me, or is that just?
We don't see you.
Okay. I don't know what I do to, oh, there it is. I see the button. Okay. This is a part of my new bumper sticker, remain calm and push the right button. My participation this evening is as a surrogate for Mr. Bill Clark, developer of the Jefferson condominiums. Mr. Clark could not be here this evening. I am reading a letter written by Mr. Clark to Ms. Celine Accord with the City Planning Department. Mr. Clark's letter expresses opposition to the rezone request and to the size of the proposed building. Dear Ms. Accord, I am writing in connection with the BBA request for approval of a high-rise development at 4th and Idaho. I have been a property owner and developer in the immediate vicinity for approximately 15 years. I am strongly opposed to this proposal. In planning for the Jefferson building at 4th and Jefferson, I worked closely with CCDC and the City of Boise in examining desirable future development of the area between 6th Street and the St. Luke's campus. This effort led to the expansion of CCDC's boundaries and led to include that area and, this effort led to expansion of CCDC's boundaries to include that area and led to revisions to the city's comprehensive plan and zoning ordinance. The unified vision was for an area of mid-rise, meaning around 6 stories, residential and commercial development, and create a relatively quiet and calm district as a friendly transition adjacent to the intensity of downtown. The Jefferson building was the first new development to exemplify that vision. The Jefferson also included underground parking adequate to meet needs for all its residents. The proposed development departs radically from that vision and associated plans. It would set a precedent of expanding high-rise, high-intensity development all the way from downtown to St. Luke's. This is contrary to the CCDC and city plans to expand the downtown area to the west, which is occurring with significant success. There is no justification whatsoever for this huge change and departure from the planned character of this area. In addition to the extreme height and bulk of the project, it would not meet the parking requirements. It would generate and would displace already stressed on-street parking usage critical to existing commercial and residential owners in the vicinity. The fact that its proposed parking would be above ground simply adds to its height versus providing underground parking, which has been demonstrated to be feasible in this area. I appreciate your consideration. Sincerely, Bill Clark, Clark Development.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Coyce. Next, we'll hear from Jeremy Gray. Jeremy, once you unmute, please start with your name and address.
No.
Hello?
Hi.
Hello?
Hi there. We can hear you.
Okay. Hi, my name is Jeremy Gray. I live in the Jefferson, number 604. I've lived here since July of 2009. In the early 2000s, my wife and I began looking at condominiums in the downtown Boise area. We had lived in the foothills, but I suffered a serious medical problem and was forced to retire early. I could no longer care for our house. When the Jefferson project was announced, it was in East Downtown, quiet, near parks, residential in nature, low traffic volumes, pedestrian and bicycle friendly, downtown but not too downtown. It was perfect for us. For several years, my wife walked 7 blocks to work. I walked our poodle in the neighborhood and surrounding areas. We have a great life downtown, taking advantage of the local shops, restaurants, and entertainment. Then the BVA project was announced. We saw the renditions and description of the monster building. We became quite alarmed. It might not be obvious to the casual observer, but that building is just a few feet shorter than the US Bank building. It will hugely increase and confuse automobile traffic with a single entrance for 460 high turnover parking spaces. And for us, it will create a huge amount of noise and light pollution and challenge our quiet pedestrian traffic and make bicycling unsafe. It signals the end, or at least the beginning of the end, of our neighborhood's cultural ambiance. This project thumbs its nose at the blueprint for Boise, contradicting it in multiple ways. As has been mentioned before, there's currently a project to study and update the zoning. Why would this be considered prior to the findings of that project? I cannot understand how this rezone request and project could be approved when it flies in the face of the blueprint for Boise. The guidelines for both planning and zoning and the city council are used to enforce that blueprint for Boise. How are the citizens of Boise to make good decisions if developments are not consistent with the guidelines? And I would hope that you could switch next to Braun Roberts, my wife, who is sitting next to me. She also applied for testimony.
Hello, my name is Braun Roberts, and as well, I live at 323 West Jefferson, number 604 at the Jefferson condominiums. My husband and I were one of the first occupants of the building, moving in July of 2009. One of our fellow residents recently described living at the Jefferson is like living in a village. We are able to easily work, play, and socialize in the East Downtown neighborhood, as well as the central core downtown for days without even getting into a car. If BVA builds this project, this feeling and character of a village will be destroyed, and the desirability of this area would be reduced. BVA is using the current zoning of the Jefferson, which is C5D, to justify the change in zoning for their project from ROD to C5D so they can build a 232-foot building. Okay, the Jefferson is 75 feet tall. The proposed project would be 232 feet tall, over 3 times the height of the Jefferson. Just because the Jefferson got a zoning change to C5D does not justify this zoning change for the BVA proposed project. The Jefferson is 75 feet tall, 10 feet higher than the ROD zoning allowed of 65 feet. So why did this happen? In the early 2000s, both the city and CCDC were very interested in increasing the amount of housing in downtown Boise. Work was done to amend the building code that would allow a new residential building type, construction of 5 floors of wood frame construction over a concrete first floor. The building code amendment was approved. This change improved the financial feasibility of building downtown housing. The developer, Bill Clark, for the Jefferson wanted to use this method of construction, but the height limit in the ROD zoning district would only allow 4 floors of wood construction to be built over the concrete first floor. The solution at the time was to rezone the property to C5D with a development agreement that raised the height limit from 65 feet to 75 feet. I will repeat, the Jefferson is 75 feet tall. This proposed project would be 232 feet, over 3 times the height of the Jefferson. I find it impossible to understand how this rezone request and project could be approved when it flies in the face of blueprint for Boise, the guidelines for both planning and zoning, and the city council for downtown development. How are the citizens of Boise to make property decisions if those in charge of development are not consistent with their own guidelines? Thanks for your consideration.
Thank you. We are going to try to go back to Jeanette Bowman one more time. Jeanette, are you online with us? And please start with your name and address once you're unmuted.
Yes, I am here. Can you hear me?
We can.
Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. Hi. Hello, commissioners. I'm Jeanette Bowman, and I'm an Idaho native who has lived in Boise the last 48 years, and I'm currently living in 200 North 3rd Street in downtown Boise. And it's part of the Imperial Plaza, but our apartment is 403. We overlook the assay office. We do not have the downtown view, so this is not about my view. I just would like to, I'll try to keep my remarks short since some of my points have already been discussed. But just large substantive rezoning waivers should be rare and granted only for exceptional circumstances, because such a rezoning waiver, when it's granted, the outcome is irreversible and the entire community is forced to live with the consequences, intended or otherwise, for decades and decades to come. I will skip down to just my summary because I appreciate all the time that you've given for all the speakers. I just want to say that I hope that you reject BVA's request for this ill-advised spot zoning waiver. And I'm granting it now will totally upend the existing neighborhood's character and permanently change Boise's landscape. As been mentioned before, all the new construction that's been going on and for blocks and blocks around is only for buildings that are maybe 5 to 7 floors. A waiver would also undercut, if not eliminate, future options now available to the Boise Zoning Code Rewrite Initiative that is currently underway. Planning and zoning needs to be a community-driven process and not driven by developer-driven interests. And I think everyone else has spoken clearly for some of my same issues, and I thank you for your time and your interest.
Thank you, Ms. Bowman. We appreciate that. We're going to take another 5-minute break, and then we'll come back with Margaret Watson, Bill Kearns, and then Gabby Thompson. So we'll be back at about 12 after. Okay, welcome back. I just wanted to give a reminder that we welcome testimony, but really we'd like to hear new information for the record. We take all the testimony that's been given to us written and orally very seriously. So we're looking now for new information. If you are still online and would like to testify tonight, please virtually raise your hand, especially if it's new information. Okay, we will start now with, I can't remember the order I said, Margaret Watson. Please unmute when you're ready and start with your name and address. You'll have 3 minutes. Okay, do we have Margaret online? Okay, we're gonna move on then to Gabby Thomason, sorry.
No worries. Can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead, Gabby.
Great. Hi, my name is Gabby Thomason. I will be speaking on behalf of Preservation Idaho. My address is 1303 North El Dorado Street, Boise, Idaho, 83704. Preservation Idaho is testifying to support the city's recommended denial of the BVA rezone application, but we also ask that no development agreement be entered into until the city's scheduled rezoning project is complete. This application is a tremendously significant departure from anything else in the neighborhood and represents a complete change of vision for how this neighborhood looks and functions. The current zoning allows for 65 feet, and that should be the limit for anything built until the citywide rezoning project is complete. To do otherwise would be to permanently change and damage this area in advance of a strategic and comprehensive plan that will address the question of size and height and change in character that this project brings into play. In addition, the project will already demolish a National Register eligible building and would adversely impact many other National Register listed and eligible buildings in advance of this project that will identify those buildings so that appropriate consideration can be made in advance of any redevelopment applications. This is a case of the cart before the horse. The city is wisely investing in a large-scale project to bring process and strategy to how our city grows. This building is out of place now and should not be allowed unless it is 65 feet or less. BVA can focus on projects elsewhere if they cannot fit that height into a current plan. The Idaho Credit Union has a building that can be used until final plans are made that will be consistent with the Boise Comprehensive Plan. The neighborhood and the Boise citizens deserve no less. Please uphold the denial for rezoning and do not allow anything over 65 feet to be built until the rezone project is complete. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bill, please go ahead, name and address to start.
Hello, my name is Bill Kearns. I live at 124 East Curling Drive in Boise, Idaho. I was born and raised in Pocatello, Idaho. I went to college in Idaho and I lived in Boise throughout most of my collegiate years. I moved to Southern California due to lack of job opportunities in Boise and embarked upon a career in the commercial real estate industry. I am seeing much of tonight's testimony from the developer that I saw in my years in Southern California as well. Powerful, wealthy developers talking half-truths, giving their side of the story rather than the entire side of the story. You've heard from many residents tonight about the legalities that are not being met in this proposed project. I feel like the last minute changes they proposed, having not been addressed by ACHD or any other professional agency, only opens the city up to litigation for a faulty EIR in addressing the traffic impacts of significant medical office development. We've all been to the doctor's office as of late. We know how small the room is you sit in and while you wait to see the doctor. Just imagine the number of people driving around looking for parking spots in and out of this one entrance facility, trying to get in to see their doctor. I can't fathom why Planning Commission would deny staff's approval. The staff has worked very hard. They're the professionals in this business and recommended denial. And there are certainly no new changes that have been presented that anybody's had the opportunity to analyze that warrant the approval of this project tonight. I strongly recommend you deny the approval, deny the CUP, and give this property and the staff the opportunity to do what's right for the community, right for this location, and right along the lines of everything you've heard from other people tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Kearns. We're going to try Margaret Watson one more time. Margaret, are you online with us? Okay, not hearing. So I will move on to Krista French. Ms. French, if you want to go ahead, start with your name and address, please.
Thank you. Krista Broderick French. I'm at 1208 East Franklin Street, Boise, Idaho, 83712. Please recommend denial of the 200 North 4th Street rezone application. I'd like to emphasize 2 points. First of all, a tall glass walled building will destroy the transitional relationship of Old Boise East Side to the northeast end neighborhood where I reside. With the loss of Jefferson Street to St. Luke's, Bannock Street is our indispensable primary east-west cycling and pedestrian corridor. It's a designated safe pathway with crosswalks and crossing lights. The project dismisses the Boise Comprehensive Plan, which states that we recognize that downtown and the traditional neighborhoods that encircle downtown have a symbiotic relationship. It also goes on to state that we need to maintain close ties between downtown and the neighborhoods through walking and bicycling routes and transit. The second thing I'd like to emphasize here that we haven't touched on too much is the application threatens our value as the city of trees. It risks 3 historic trees on the property. One of the oldest trees in downtown Boise, a 70-year-old, 70 wide-foot canopy London plane tree, 2 90-year-old bur oaks, and a 16-year-old swamp white oak with a 30-foot canopy, as well as 2 other mature, healthy trees in the public parking strip. The application, again, it dismisses the Old Boise East Master Plan that states to preserve the mature tree canopy by protecting existing trees that are in good condition. 2.6 states when a development proposal shows mature trees to be removed, it requires an evaluation and a finding that no reasonable alternative exists. Citizens have experienced the devastating loss of mature tree canopies. Just look at Avenue B, 2nd and 4th Streets surrounding the St. Luke campus, where they removed 64 mature trees and the tree canopy disappeared from our lifetime. The spindly replacement trees planted in limited soil will never grow the canopy that was taken away from us. Removing healthy mature trees is not for the public good. It's for the private benefit of the developer. A protection plan should be required. It's not, as for the tree protection and preservation report provided by consulting arborist Brian Jorgensen. To comport with the plan, I really think that what would be a more compatible project is a 3 to 6 story residential character building, one that preserves the existing mature tree canopy and the refined nature of the old Boise East Side. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Broderick French. Next, we're going to move on to Brian Jorgensen and then David Nevin, and excuse me, then Eric Nystrom.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. I would like to take the opportunity to...
Sorry, please start with your name and address.
I'm sorry. Brian Jorgensen. My address is 427 Hillview Drive in East Boise. Again, thanks for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm here not to provide testimony in favor of or in opposition to this project, but provide the planning department and the commissioners with a summary of the value of mature shade trees to the neighborhood and to the city of trees. My full report titled Tree Protection and Preservation covers the following topics: observations of the conditions of 4 trees on the site, which are all in fair to good condition, a discussion of potential damage that can occur during construction, including catastrophic root and canopy loss. Several recommendations for protection and preservation, such as identification and preservation of a critical root zone. I'm a consulting arborist, and this report was requested by Better Change for East Downtown, who submitted it to the commission and should be in your possession. I encourage the commission and city staff to read it and contact me with any questions. The value of healthy mature trees is varied and should not be underestimated. It has significant economic, environmental, social, and health components. The city of Boise has in its possession a document titled the 2013 Treasure Valley Canopy Assessment, which details the value of our urban tree canopy. This document paints a picture of the work Boise's urban forest does every year and summarizes the economic and environmental benefits it provides. I encourage you to review it as well. Benefits consist of improved air quality, reduced energy consumption, stormwater mitigation, carbon sequestration, increased property values, and other social, economic, and public health benefits. Citizens and businesses in this and all neighborhoods take pride in their trees because they know it helps to create the comforting character of their neighborhood. It's important these benefits increase over time for Boise as our population continues growing. Recent activity in the East Downtown area, including the removal of dozens of mature trees for the St. Luke's project, is causing a significant reduction to East Downtown's historically dense canopy coverage and the immense benefits these mature trees provide. Further, the neighborhood will likely never recover its canopy of mature trees as there is greatly diminished soil volumes in which tree roots can grow. Like every living thing, trees are at the mercy of limited resources. Greater commitment to this incredibly valuable resource is necessary. Removal of healthy mature trees can only reduce benefits. Planting new trees cannot increase the benefits if we do not plan for their healthy growth and care needs. I look forward to a city of trees which can truly earn its name. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Jorgensen. So next we have David Nevin. Please start with your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Thank you, David Nevin, 289 West Summit Ridge. I moved into lovely little Italianate stucco red tile roof home where the Jefferson is now, before it was built in 1979. And I currently own the building, or co-own the building at 303 West Bannock that you've heard described earlier. I've been either living or working in this neighborhood, and sometimes both, for little over. Our building at 303 West Bannock was built in 1903 by the first United States Marshal for the District of Idaho. His name was Rural Rounds. It came into the possession of the Uranga family, and we refer to it now as the Uranga House. It was a feature on the tour train route for many years, to our delight. And I really want to just say 2 things. First, I join the others who've spoken more eloquently and more in more detail legally about where the development of this project fits into various planning documents. And so I join their requests that you do not approve this. But I also want to say that my partners in the ownership of 303 West Bannock have spent a lot of money and a lot of time and have put a lot of care over the years into making sure that that property retains its historic character. And we did that thoughtfully. And I must say that looking back on it now, and hearing the sense that this project is coming, I feel foolish and feel that maybe we acted improvidently in assuming that it would be sensible and smart to help maintain the character of this neighborhood by putting this time and money into our project, into our law office. I think others will feel the same way if they see what has happened to us. So I join those also then who have spoken to the idea that you're not just approving a single project or rejecting a single project here. You're affecting the actions that people will take for years and years to come. And by approving this project now, I think you'll really be affecting them in a very negative way. Thanks a lot for hearing me out. And that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Nevin. So next we'll hear from Eric Nystrom and then John Barnett.
Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Are you able to hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. My name is Eric Nystrom. I live in 200 North 3rd Street in the Imperial Plaza. I am currently the president of the Imperial Plaza Condominium Association, and we had submitted a letter to you all back in July regarding this project. So I'm not going to go through and reread the letter that we had submitted. We appreciate your time and taking all of our comments to that at that time, and being respectful of your time, asking for new points of information. So again, will echo that we contend that the spot rezoning action is premature until the new districts that are called for in the Blueprint Boise plan have those districts have been created. With all due respect with the process for the respect of the leadership of the city of Boise, we ask that the C5 spot rezoning request be denied. It's inconsistent with the city's current macro planning and previous record of statements and actions. As far as things that I've heard tonight that I think are really worth pointing out that are new, and that would have been, according to the staff slide that was titled Area Building Heights, that particular slide was rather important because it shows that by approving this height zoning change, you would substantially shift the core of downtown from the center where it's located now east slightly by making that height variance. And you've noticed that the area of the building heights, the current mass of the downtown area is quite compact, but where this building would be 16 stories, would be over 4 blocks away to the east, that would still substantially shift that core of what downtown looks like. And that's a pretty big change and a big responsibility. And I would echo what others have said. This is not to be taken lightly. This would substantially shift what downtown core looks like for the future. In addition, I will add one more comment. I've been serving on the board for this, the Imperial Plaza Association for over 4 years. And not once have we been contacted by the Downtown Neighborhood Association regarding this project. So the insinuation that we were on board or part of those discussions with that group are not correct, and we were not involved in those discussions. Again, thank you for your time. Thank you for all that you do for this city. Do not take this decision lightly. We please echo those who have said this again, to deny this rezoning. This is actually a spot rezoning and requires substantial concentrated effort in consideration of new zoning ordinances in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Nystrom. Next, we'll hear from Mr. Barnett. Please start with your name and address once you unmute.
I guess I'm unmuted, and I am to bring up my slides. Thank you very much, Selena. I appreciate that. I appreciate all she's done for us. I really, she's a wonderful person. I do live at 200 North 3rd, Unit 403, and I am in opposition to the application for rezone. I live in the Imperial Plaza. It's less than a block from the project. I've been a resident of Boise since 1964, the year the construction began on the Imperial Plaza. This slide, slide 1, my presentation, I've got 8 simulated renderings of the project for your consideration. They were created using Google Earth, which enables the placement of boxes drawn to scale to approximate the shape and size of structures like those proposed by BVA. Box representing the larger south tower is at stated height of 232 feet. The North L-shaped tower is at 112, of course it's now 126. And bigger arcade structure between 45. Types of firm but developer in the
Mr. Barnett, I'm sorry to interrupt you. You're just breaking up a little bit. The audio is breaking up, so we're having trouble understanding you. If you can just maybe.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Maybe try turning off your camera because it pulls so much bandwidth.
Okay. I can turn off my camera. Yes. The two computers working on this, so I guess I could be. Let's see. Stop video. Okay.
Yeah, that does.
All right.
Better. Maybe. Sorry. Please go ahead now. It seems like it'll sound a little better.
Okay. The top view is looking from the northwest, toward, note the dwarfed 136-foot Imperial Plaza building behind the project. You can barely see it. The bottom view is looking from the northeast. Slide 2, Celine. In slide 2, the next two views are looking from the southeast and southwest. In the top view, you can see the distant high-rise buildings in the downtown core area. At the left of the bottom view, note the 75-foot Jefferson condominium building nestled within the canopy of the neighborhood trees. Slide number 3, Celine. Here, the top view is looking to the north from Capitol Boulevard and Myrtle Street. Note the 3-block separation of this project from the similar high-rise structures in the downtown core, only 2 of which are taller than this project. The bottom view is looking east along Idaho Street from Capitol Boulevard. This view shows how dramatically this project's mass and height dominate its surroundings. Slide 4. These final 2 views are speculative, imagining what may be the follow-on development, the green boxes, on several potentially available lots in this residential office neighborhood. This rezone would establish a precedent and expectations for every other property owner in this historic neighborhood and result in the destruction of its unique character. A comprehensive process, as already said, is already well underway to study the city's zoning needs and should be completed before the spot rezone is done. Although perhaps lacking in cosmetic design details, these simulated renderings do illustrate the incongruity of such a large structure within this low-rise residential office neighborhood, as well as the separation of this 232-foot high-rise structure from the other high-rise buildings in the downtown core.
Time.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, Mr. Barnett. So we're going to try Margaret Watson one more time. Miss Watson, are you online with us? Okay, still.
Darn mute button.
She's actually not even muted.
Talk, Margaret.
Okay, so that's, oh, I had 2 other people on the sign-up list that we haven't heard from yet. One is Sean Weston and one is Katie Fight. If either of you would like to speak tonight, or if there's anybody else online that would still like to speak tonight, please virtually raise your hand. Again, we're looking for new information beyond size, height, and character, ideally. Okay. I don't see anybody else.
Good, call it.
Great. I thought, oh, you moved him. Dang. Mr. Black, you are up. Please start with your name and address. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, my name is Sean Black. I live 200 North 3rd in Unit 805. Madam Chair and Commissioners, I request that the Planning and Zoning Commission recommend that the City of Boise deny this application for the following reasons. It's not in compliance with the comprehensive plan. It's not in the best interests of the public convenience and general welfare. It does not maintain and preserve the compatibility of the surrounding zoning and development. If allowed, the proposed project by BVA will contradict the city's comprehensive plan and permit construction which is out of scale with the surrounding transitional East Downtown neighborhood. Since many of my points have been expressed, I will reiterate that I agree with all of the comments that have been expressed in opposition to the BVA application. I will comment just on a few issues here with respect to your time. Parking, the proposed parking structure and in the project is clearly designed to generate money for the owners of the project at the visual expense of the entire East Downtown neighborhood. Any parking related to this project should be constructed below the ground level, especially if the parking is not necessary to support the business or the residential needs of the building. This sacrifices the public's convenience for private profit. Setbacks, the proposed project plan will essentially be built from sidewalk to sidewalk, and setbacks are a huge concern. Since this project is not making any attempt to create surface parking, as is the norm in the surrounding area, or green space, that means that all traffic patterns around this proposed project will be choked up, especially during construction. If the builder is going to be allowed to build this grossly large and intrusive building with essentially no setbacks, they should be required to do so in a manner that will reduce the inconvenience and maximize the safety and of the surrounding neighborhood. The sidewalk to sidewalk proposal may be appropriate for a downtown Boise building, but it is grossly out of place for an East Downtown community of residents and business. Developers nearby have met the need of their buildings parking by placing below ground parking underneath the Jefferson Building and the Imperial Plaza. The Imperial Plaza provides surface parking and green space in the design, whereas this proposed project would eliminate all green space in this section of the City of Trees. My conclusion is the fact that the building even needs to be rezoned shows a disproportion of the project plan compared to the City of Boise's long-term plan. The adjacent property owners will be burdened with lower property values, blocked sunlight, additional noise, and frustrating traffic. These detrimental effects to the community are completely associated with the BVA project over the public's necessity or convenience. I urge you to consider the Jefferson Building as an example of how a responsible project plan can be incorporated into this community. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Black. And we have Miss Margaret Watson back on a different device. So Margaret, once you unmute, please start with your name and address and you'll have 3 minutes.
Hi, finally, can you hear me?
We can.
Oh, hallelujah. Madam Chairman and Commissioners, I'm not going to reiterate all of the testimony that is opposed to this rezone because I am one of them. But I have a few comments. I would like to commend the staff for their recommendation of not doing this rezone. I'm unusual. You asked for different testimony. I'm unusual. I am a Canyon County resident. I live at 29580 Apple Valley Road, Parma, Idaho. But I purchased 12 years ago 3 condominiums at the Jefferson. We had 4 different condominium projects in which we could pick from to choose to buy something in the city of Boise. We chose the Jefferson because of the importance of the old Boise East Side master plan. We live in one of our condominiums and we rent 2 to professionals who are coming into Boise to try to find a place to live in Boise and to get familiar with your beautiful city. They love the Jefferson because of all the attributes that all of your testimony has gone forward. I'm going to skip my testimony, but I'm going to go down to one comment. Your staff talked about the importance of a traffic study. Why would you approve a project without having a traffic study? If a traffic study is important, then we need to have one before we approve such a project. The medical offices impact the traffic flow in the streets in the neighborhood, as well as the drive-through of the bank. We need to realize that doctors' offices do 20-minute appointments. So that's one space with 3 cards, adding to the traffic dilemma. We need to have a study to do this. I also want to comment that I owned 3 condominiums and I was never contacted by the Downtown Neighborhood Association. So I would like just to go forward that I want you to make a good decision, and I recommend that you reject this proposal. This building belongs on the west side of Boise, where your comprehensive plan says the growth should go in Parma. I mean, at Boise. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ms. Watson. I'm glad that you were able to join us.
Thanks.
Okay, so this closes this portion of the hearing, and now we'll move to the rebuttal from the applicant for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman and Commissioners. As we indicated at the beginning, the comments that you heard are consistent with what we know the fundamental issues are here. It is disconcerting, however, to have heard many of the comments from many individuals that I know personally and respect and appreciate, who would have this body disregard Idaho law. I know it's attractive to people to ask that you not act until a new zoning ordinance is adopted at some point in the future. However, that's not what Idaho law says, and that's not what Idaho law permits. The laws and the plans that are applicable are those that are in effect at the date we make the application. Now, Blueprint Boise was adopted and enacted less than 10 years ago. And we can raise the question as to whether or not Blueprint Boise should be amended, should be adopted, should be revamped before a new zoning ordinance comes forward. But that's ultimately your job. That's the job that you are statutorily tasked with. So what we're left with is Blueprint Boise says today. And in Blueprint Boise, this property is designated as downtown mixed use. I disagree with Mr. Parks' characterization that somehow we're denigrating the East End study. We're not, but we recognize that since the East End CCDC plan was adopted in 2004, that there have been material impacts and material changes to the circumstances we find in downtown. One of those was the determination by the city of Boise, after a planning exercise, to adopt in Blueprint Boise a much more intensive designation for the area between 3rd and 4th Street. That's why we're here. So the next thing I'd like to talk about is spot zoning. You've heard a lot of people talk about spot zoning tonight. It's not a spot zone. When we talk about spot zoning, the Idaho Supreme Court has been absolutely clear. We look to the comprehensive plan, we do an evaluation of the land use map and the goals that are set forth in the comprehensive plan. That's the evaluation that happens in Idaho, and when that happens, it's not a spot zone. But it inherently cannot be a spot zone where it is immediately adjacent to the exact same zoning that we are requesting. If Idaho Central Credit Union owned property 100 feet to the west, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. You would be evaluating a conditional use permit solely for the relocation of a drive-through. There's no regulation as to height. There's no regulation as to density and intensity if we were west of 3rd. So when we look at the context, we look at the issues that have been raised, it is important to note and acknowledge that yes, there are a variety of residential types in this immediate neighborhood, but we're not doing damage to any of those. In fact, the bulk of the testimony that you have heard tonight are from those owners and residents of existing high-rise multifamily developments, condominium projects. This application is consistent with those. We come forward with a multifamily component together with offices. Now, why is height such an issue? Well, as you know, you have processed a variety of applications in recent years that have been taller than what the base plans had called for. In the central addition, you have seen pressures moving up with respect to height. In the adoption of the St. Luke's master plan, St. Luke's and the city of Boise both acknowledge that the existing 78 feet in height is not going to be necessarily the cap as you go forward. As St. Luke's points out that yes, modern building practices and modern building codes have a larger, taller floor plate than the historic designs that you've seen and heard tonight, like Imperial Plaza. So we know that there are buildings in excess of 100 feet on the St. Luke's campus and will be in the future. There are multifamily developments east of Broadway that are taller than 100 feet. The Santa Rosa building is taller than 100 feet. We have a variety of buildings in the immediate vicinity that are taller. And why are they taller? Well, with changes that have happened to building codes and other requirements, buildings are inherently becoming taller, and you're going to be faced with those applications and those requirements. We're here recognizing that this is a rezone. This isn't something that's of right, but we do have the right to have the application evaluated with the comprehensive plan. We've embraced the comprehensive plan and provided you with a detailed analysis of how we could adhere to it. And with that, we request that you recommend approval of this application with appropriate conditions to the board, to the city council. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wardle. Okay, so we are closing the public portion of the hearing and the item is now before the commission.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
before we get started with discussion, I wanted to ask staff about a procedural question, if I may.
Sure, please go ahead.
So I know Commissioner Gillespie outlined the 3 options available to the board, but I'm wondering if there's a fourth, and that is, instead of denying the project, would an option be to defer a decision, allow the applicant to vet the alleyway circulation plan, be given feedback tonight about height, and have the applicant work with staff to redesign the project and then come back to the commission at a later date instead of denying?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Squires, that certainly is an option for you all tonight. The one thing I will say is that council will have their own opinions about the rezone and potentially the conditional use permit if it were to be appealed. I guess I would recommend, since this is a recommendation, that you list out your concerns or your conditions and leave it at that. And then the applicant could choose to redesign in preparation of the council hearing or not. Because if you do condition a certain height or width or things like that, and they can't comply with it, they either can't comply or they can, and to take a month to defer would be another month for them to not know what the decision will be for their application.
Thank you, Celine.
We'll just give the commission a moment to
Sometimes
gather
it
their
takes us a
thoughts,
while to engage.
to gather their thoughts before they present me with a motion.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
Well, I'll try and get the ball rolling. I don't like to do preambles, so I ain't gonna. I'm just gonna make a motion. We'll see if it rises to a second, but I do have a lot to say about it. And I'm not hard over in this direction. I can see us going other ways. But I move that we recommend denial of CAR 20-7 and that we deny CUP 20-23 for the reasons stated in the staff report.
Second.
Great. We have a second from Commissioner Squires.
Madam Chairman.
Commissioner Gillespie.
So first of all, just a couple of things that I do not think that didn't motivate my motion. In the first one, and the applicant addressed it, the question of why can't we delay this application until some future legislative action by the city council? And the applicant is exactly right, because it's unlawful to do so, right? The applicant has a right for for an expeditious hearing before the law. So in that respect, we are in some sense more like a court than a legislative body. And none of us would be happy if we went to a judge and said, Judge, we'd like a decision. He said, well, you know, I'm going to wait till the next session because the law might change. So it just doesn't work that way. The applicant's absolutely right. Second, the applicant is absolutely right that this is not spot zoning. And my advice to everybody is leave that argument at the door because it's not going to cut any ice with this commissioner or probably with the city council because it's just not. The substantive issue here is, does this rezone comply with the comprehensive plan? And unfortunately, or fortunately, the old Boise whatchamacallit from 2005 is part of the comprehensive plan. So I can't, although I understand the arguments that things have changed and this and that, it still is pretty clear in that plan that the C5 zoning as proposed doesn't meet those requirements. So, you know, and I think the project report is fairly clear on that. And, you know, and I'm just especially concerned about the clear language in that old Boise plan. Now, if we want to change that plan, that's great. I can think of good reasons to do so. The applicant has also made, I think, a very interesting argument that, you know, the land use map at the current comp plan does allow for a C5 zone. That's correct, but it also allows for about 10 or 15 other zones. So the applicant does not have a right to pick the zone they want and then have an entitlement to get it. The city still has to go through a calculus on, you know, does that zone meet the approval criteria for a rezone? And I agree with the staff's finding that it doesn't. So all that said, then the last question is, what I'm really agonizing over is, should we move this on to city council with a recommendation to do the rezone, but then pick up the staff's language with respect to a development agreement that was found on page 279. I think here the issue is, I agree with a lot of the testimony that this is a fairly big deal. I'm not going to say like this is the biggest deal ever before the commission. It's not, okay, but it's pretty important. And so I think the process is important. I think the way the plans are presented to the public and the meetings and the cleanliness and the accuracy of the process is important. And in this particular case, I think if from the dais tonight, we tried to design setbacks and height and all that on the fly and then mesh it with the CUP, it's just too tricky. And I make a lot of mistakes trying to do that. So that's why I'm going to support a straight denial, because then we can pick up the process again and do it clean. That said, I think the applicant is right that they do need guidance from at least this commissioner. So here's what I'm thinking based on reading all this stuff. I could support something 10, 12 stories, maybe 168 feet max, plus ancillary engineering structures. I'd like to see at least a 10-foot setback all the way around to minimize the massing. I'm sort of agnostic on that eastern boundary, whether it's 10 or 20, but we need to do something to control the height and control the mass of the building. And the only way you do that in a rezone, because we're not approving this project, we're approving a rezone, is to control the setback and the height. I think design review can take care of, you know, the crenellations and where the turrets are and, you know, the arrow slots, and they'll figure all that out. But I do think my advice would be to bring it down to 110 to 12 stories, modern stories, 150, 160 feet, plus the engineering structures, and then give it a real setback so it's just not dwarfing the streetscape. That's where I'm at.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Squires.
I echo everything that Commissioner Gillespie just stated. Downtowns are really special. And this area of downtown is really special.
I remember when I moved here 20 years ago and I first started with the city of Boise, that's where I parked before parking was enforced or restricted. And I just loved walking through that area every day. It felt good. It felt special. And when I opened our board packet this weekend, I just had a visceral reaction to what I saw. And I struggled with it all weekend. I work in downtowns. I'm the administrator of 2 urban renewal agencies. We want redevelopment. We want great projects. I don't think this is a great project right now in its current form. As much as I wish we could wait on the new zoning ordinance, that's not an option. Mr. Wardle is absolutely correct in that. They are due a decision from us. Rezones are discretionary, and as such, this gives us the ability to put conditions on. And like Milt, I'll talk through what maybe some of the things I would like to see if we do move forward. But I want to also address that this does not commit this commission or the city council to rezone any other property within the city, just because we may potentially at one time approve one project. So I want to make that really clear to the public and get that on the record. As the project stands for me, the intensity is just absolute too much. The massing is too much. The setbacks are non-existent. I would support potentially a height of about 135 feet. That is very similar to the Imperial Plaza project. I appreciate the applicant's commitment to housing. That is incredibly important for our community. And I would agree with staff's recommendation of a minimum of 75 units for a project like this. I believe the alleyway east to west should be preserved. This is maintaining the integrity of our downtown blocks and circulation. We have vacated alleyways in downtown, and one of my interviews when I interviewed for this Planning and Zoning Commission is that was one of the things that I think has been a grave mistake by the city in past projects. So I want to preserve that. I would like to see the developer investigate below ground parking. I understand this adds to cost. I work in development. I understand this, but I also think it is an important investigation to have. I'm not comfortable. I'm supporting the motion. I'm not comfortable approving something that we don't get to see how it all comes to fruition in a plan. Seeing, updated exhibits at the last minute and not understanding what that circulation plan looks like and the reality of this plan, I just am not comfortable. So I am supporting the motion to deny. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Bratnover.
So I'm also in support of the motion. Rather than going through any of the stuff that Commissioners Gillespie and Squires talked about, I am more partial to the lower height limit that Commissioner Squires put forth, because I think as you look, if you're trying to do transition, it makes more sense to gradually get the height there rather than kind of having this bump in the middle. The one thing I would like to point out is that while it's wonderful that the applicant has been so responsive, as described by the Downtown Boise Neighborhood Association, in taking their concerns into account, the getting last minute changes, which would solve a lot of the problems, it was nice. It shows their thinking, but it wasn't that helpful to us. I would also like to see the neighborhood associations spend some time together talking about this. We had 2 neighborhood associations give us completely diametrically opposed opinions of this. And I find that disconcerting at some level. And it sounds like something in terms of people being tied in has been a difficulty. I'm not going to try to dissect that or diagnose it, but it seems like maybe DBNA and EENA should spend some time figuring out what they want here, if as a matter of courtesy, if nothing else. So I will be supporting the motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Shaver.
I'm also going to be supporting the motion. First, I want to thank staff, especially Celine. This was a very tough application, so kudos on your write-up. The packet had points both for and against the project. I think you did a very honest job in summarizing the project, so nice job there. I also want to thank the applicant and the design team. I think, I think the design itself, I have no issues really with the design. It's all about, building height. I think the architecture looks great. In particular for me, it's the height of the south tower that's at issue. But I do appreciate how the applicant team presented the project and the challenges that they faced and walked us through the process to date. I also want to thank everybody that testified this evening. This is obviously a challenging project. It certainly raises the question of, where is the edge of downtown, right? And if you look, you look west of this site, we get into an unlimited height restriction. You look east of the site, we get into the health services zone where we have a max height of 78 feet. So, eventually I think those two zones are going to grow together, right? And this is like smack dab in the middle of those two zones. But as it's drawn now, I just can't get there with the South Tower at 200 plus feet. I think it's just too much of a departure from the existing neighborhood around the site. I'm in favor of a height restriction of around 135, 150 feet. I think the North Tower is about spot on at 126 feet, I think. So I feel comfortable that that's kind of the sweet spot, right, between the zones to the east and to the west, and provides a better mix and a better fit with the existing neighborhood. I was a little bit concerned about a couple principles from the comp plan in particular. IDP MU-.2 is regarding relationships to surrounding neighborhoods and new buildings, and then infill development as well. And then goal DT-CEA3, which recognizes and protects historic resources around downtown. So I think that those really need to be vetted with changes to this project so that the next iteration of this project will fit better with the surrounding neighborhoods. So with that, again, I'm going to support the motion, and that'll do it.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Blanchard.
I want to thank staff, first of all. Saline, this was clearly your angst was reflected in the staff report. There was at least as many justifications to go ultimately with the C5 as to leave it as it was zoned already. So I get what a tough nut this was for you guys, and really appreciate the work that went into it. I also want to thank Commissioner Gillespie for kicking this one off and actually encompassing everything that I think all of us wanted to say, that, the developers owed an answer. We can't wait for the future on that. I think the only thing where I would really differ on this is the first project I cut my teeth on with the city was back in 04, 05. And it's interesting that it was to hear from Bill Clark's representatives tonight, because I remember what he went through to try to get Crescent Rim built. And I think that was a process that failed, because what you had at the end of the day was a developer who was pissed off and citizens who were pissed off. So, we took 3 buildings and split them into 5, and we went from 5 stories down to 3. And so I'm really hesitant to, I realize the developer is asking for some guidance, but I, for one, having been through that as my first battle ever, am really hesitant to design from the dais. So I think it's pretty apparent where, as Commissioner Schaefer put it, that there's a pretty obvious sweet spot there. I don't know the foot of the setbacks or the height, and where this thing's going to pencil out, whatnot. So I'm a little bit more reticent to sit here and design this project. I think that ultimately, when we're talking about the questions and the comp plan, again, there was enough support probably to go one way or the other on whether this fits in with the comp plan or not. And I think ultimately that's a question for the legislative body, because they're the ones that answer questions of intent with that body of, not law, but aspirational documents. So anyways, that's my thinking on this, and I'll be supporting the motion as well.
Thank you. Well, I will just add my own comments. I first thank you to all the neighbors who came out to participate. It's a really important part of our process. So I appreciate you being here and sticking with us. I will be supporting the motion for many of the reasons stated. I actually don't mind the height, but for notes for the applicant, I seem to be alone in that. But I do think on the commission, but I do think, you know, as we're building new buildings downtown, they should take full advantage of the permission of height. We don't get another chance to do this, and we're only growing in population. And downtown is the place to do that, and this is downtown. I do very much appreciate the housing options. I know the city does too. And the, you know, to the neighborhoods are changing in Boise, and that can be really hard, but I don't think there's a neighborhood in Boise that looks the same as it did 20 years ago. So I'm sure that we will see this project again. And so that's sort of just I don't know, just a warning, I guess, to the neighbors that change is coming, and hopefully we'll find some kind of common ground on that. I do think that the level upon level of parking at the street level is challenging. We have, we're so proud of our vibrant streetscape and walkability. And I think that doesn't really, to have zero setback and lots of street level parking doesn't really add to that. And my last thought is on design review. That is not us, obviously, but it may help with the neighborhood onboarding if there's a little bit more thought put into that, because what we've seen in those renderings is very modern, and the neighbors are right that does not fit into the historic look of that neighborhood. And although it's not a historic designated neighborhood, there is a lot of charm in those buildings, and I think that can be done through the design review process, and it might be worth a consideration to invest in that a little bit in onboarding the neighbors. And those are my final thoughts. So if there's no more discussion from the commission, we have a motion on the table to deny CAR 20-7 recommend denial of CAR 20-7 and deny CUP 20-23. Will the clerk please call the vote?
Said.
Aye.
Schaefer.
Aye.
Squires.
Aye.
Blanchard.
Aye.
Gillespie.
Aye.
Bratnober.
Aye.
All in favor, motion carries.
We're finished. Thank you. Good night.